Right now, as you're listening to this, your mind is doing something that Buddhist masters 2,500 years ago recognized as the most sacred activity in the universe. But you've been told it's a problem. If it feels right, tell us where you're listening from. Your bedroom at 300 a.m. with racing thoughts that won't let you sleep. Your car during a stressful commute, gripping the steering wheel as worries cascade through your consciousness. Maybe you're walking alone, earbuds in, desperately seeking something to quiet the constant chatter in your head. Wherever you are, whatever brought you here, grab something soft and get comfortable, because what you're about to discover will quietly transform everything you believe about your restless mind. Here's what will surprise you: that anxious, searching, never satisfied feeling in your chest isn't evidence that you're broken. It's proof that you're on the verge of the most profound awakening possible. Every enlightened master in history felt exactly what you're feeling right now before their breakthrough. The Buddha himself experienced years of mental torment, sitting with thoughts that seemed to have no end. Saint Teresa of Avila described her mind as a castle with many rooms, most of them filled with confusion and doubt. Rumi wrote about the restless heart that seeks and seeks, but never finds satisfaction in the usual places. They all discovered something remarkable about this state of inner turbulence. It wasn't something to escape from, but something to move through with gentle awareness. The Buddha said, just as a mother would protect her only child with her life, even so, let one cultivate a boundless love towards all beings. But first, he had to learn to extend that same protective love toward his own restless mind. What I'm about to share gently contradicts everything modern psychology tells you about fixing anxiety and finding inner direction. We've been taught to see mental restlessness as a disorder to be medicated, a problem to be solved, or a weakness to be overcome. But ancient wisdom traditions understood something different. They recognized that the searching mind, the questioning heart, the soul that refuses to settle for superficial answers is actually the beginning of wisdom. In the next few minutes, you'll learn why trying to calm your mind actually makes it more agitated, why feeling lost is the exact GPS coordinate of awakening, and why the very thing you're trying to escape contains the secret every spiritual seeker throughout history would have given anything to know. But here's where something beautiful begins to unfold. What if the key to a quiet mind is to stop trying to quiet it? This sounds counterintuitive, even impossible. After all, if your mind is causing you suffering, wouldn't the logical solution be to make it stop? But consider this: have you ever tried to fall asleep by forcing yourself to sleep? The harder you try, the more elusive sleep becomes. Your body tenses, your thoughts race faster, and you find yourself wide awake at 2 a.m., wondering why you can't just relax. Sleep comes when you stop trying so hard to achieve it. Peace works the same way. There's a Japanese word that reveals why fighting your thoughts makes them stronger and how to use this knowledge to find instant relief. The word is shin, and in English, we call it beginner's mind. Understanding this simple concept will change everything about how you relate to your restless thoughts. Picture a teacup that's already completely full of tea. When you try to pour fresh water into it, what happens? The water simply overflows and is wasted. Nothing new can enter because there's no space to receive it. Your mind works exactly the same way. When you're convinced you know how life should unfold, when you're certain about who you should be, when you're full of ideas about what peace looks like, there's no room for actual peace to enter. You know that exhausting feeling of trying to be the person who has it all together, the one who never feels lost, never doubts, never lies awake at 3 a.m. wondering what's wrong with them. Here's the profound truth: that performance, that constant effort to appear peaceful, is exactly what's keeping you stuck. The Buddha once shared something that cuts through centuries of spiritual confusion. In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few. He discovered this not through philosophy or theory, but through lived experience that nearly broke him. Before his awakening, he spent years trying to perfect himself, trying to become the ideal spiritual seeker. He practiced extreme asceticism, nearly starving himself to death. He mastered complex meditation techniques, accumulated vast knowledge about spiritual practices. He became an expert at seeking enlightenment. But the harder he tried, the more elusive peace became. It was only when he abandoned his expertise, when he allowed himself to simply sit under the Bodhi tree without agenda or expectation, that awakening finally found him. Think about the last time you learned something completely new. Maybe it was a skill like playing guitar, learning a language, or even just finding your way around a new city. Remember that feeling of not knowing, of being open to whatever came next. In those moments, you weren't performing or trying to maintain an image. You were simply present, alert, ready to receive whatever wanted to teach you. That's the mind that can actually experience peace. Most people spend their lives collecting certainty like armor against an uncertain world. They gather beliefs, opinions, and fixed ideas about how things should be. They build elaborate theories about what's wrong with them and detailed plans for how to fix it. They become experts on their own problems, specialists in their own suffering. But what if that armor of certainty is actually a prison? What if all that expertise about your own brokenness is what's keeping you broken? Consider this carefully. When did you last feel truly at ease? Was it when you had everything figured out? When you felt like an expert on your own life? Or was it in a moment when you simply stopped trying to figure anything out? Maybe it was watching a sunset paint the sky in impossible colors. Maybe it was holding someone you love, feeling their heartbeat against your chest. Maybe it was sitting quietly in nature, listening to wind move through trees. In those moments of genuine peace, you weren't an expert on life. You were just here, present, available to what was actually happening instead of what you thought should be happening. That's the doorway that beginner's mind opens. Not the door to having all the answers, but the door to being comfortable with mystery, at ease with not knowing, peaceful in the midst of uncertainty. This is where your restless mind begins to reveal its true nature, not as a problem to be solved, but as a sacred activity pointing you toward the most profound peace possible. In the quiet corners of ancient Japanese tea houses, masters would teach their students a profound secret through the simplest of rituals. Before receiving instruction in the way of tea, each student was given an empty cup. Not just any cup, but one that had been completely emptied, cleaned, and prepared to receive whatever the master might pour. The student who arrived with a cup already full of their own tea, their own ideas about how things should be done, could receive nothing new. But the student who came with an empty cup could receive the full teaching. This is the essence of what the Japanese call, or beginner's mind, and it holds the key to transforming your relationship with mental restlessness from struggle to peace. Most of us approach our busy minds like that student with the full cup. We arrive at each moment already knowing what should be happening, already certain about what thoughts we should or shouldn't be having, already convinced that our current experience is somehow wrong or insufficient. This fullness, this certainty, this knowing mind is what keeps us trapped in cycles of mental struggle. But what if the very thing you think you need to fix about your mind is actually the doorway to the deepest peace you've ever known? Here's something that might surprise you about peace. The harder you try to achieve it, the more elusive it becomes. This isn't because peace is difficult or because you're doing something wrong. It's because the very effort to fix implies that something is broken, and that assumption creates the very tension you're trying to escape. Think about this for a moment. When you notice your mind racing and immediately think, I need to calm down, what happens to your nervous system? Does it relax or does it actually tense up more? Most people discover that the thought, I shouldn't be feeling this way, creates a second layer of stress on top of whatever they were already experiencing. Now you're not just dealing with busy thoughts, you're dealing with busy thoughts, plus the judgment that busy thoughts are wrong, plus the pressure to make them stop, plus the frustration that they haven't stopped yet. This is like trying to smooth out water by hitting it with your hand. The more forcefully you try to create stillness, the more turbulence you generate. But what if nothing is wrong with your mind's natural activity? What if thinking, feeling, processing, and creating are simply what minds do, like how hearts beat and lungs breathe? What if the problem isn't the mind's movement, but your relationship to that movement? Beginner's mind offers a completely different relationship. Instead of being the judge who evaluates every thought as good or bad, right or wrong, you become the curious observer who simply notices what's actually happening. Instead of being the controller who tries to manage every emotion, you become the space in which emotions can be felt fully and then naturally release. This shift from fighting to exploring often dissolves the very tension you've been trying to escape. The Buddha taught something revolutionary about suffering. He said that suffering comes not from pain itself, but from our resistance to pain. Similarly, mental restlessness becomes problematic not because thoughts are moving, but because we resist their natural movement. We want them to stop, to slow down, to make perfect sense, to follow our preferred timeline and agenda. But what if we could learn to dance with them instead? This dance begins with a simple but profound recognition. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness in which thoughts appear and disappear. Just as the sky is not disturbed by the weather that moves through it, your essential nature is not disturbed by the mental weather that moves through your awareness. Clouds may gather, storms may rage, gentle breezes may blow, but the sky itself remains vast, open, and unshaken. From this understanding, a profound freedom emerges. You can have anxious thoughts without being an anxious person. You can feel confused without being a confused person. You can experience restlessness without letting it define your worth, your intelligence, or your spiritual progress. This isn't about pretending difficult emotions don't exist or forcing yourself to feel positive. It's about discovering that you are much larger than any single experience moving through you. Beginner's mind also reveals something beautiful about how real transformation actually works. Genuine change doesn't happen through force willpower or trying harder. It happens through understanding, through seeing clearly, through allowing what wants to emerge naturally. Think of how a flower blooms. It doesn't strain or force itself open through sheer determination. It simply follows its natural unfolding, responding to sunlight and rain, drawing nourishment from soil and air, trusting the wisdom encoded in its very structure. Your peace works exactly the same way. It emerges when conditions are right, when you stop forcing and start allowing, when you create space rather than apply pressure. This isn't passive or lazy. Creating the right conditions requires great skill and attention, but it's a completely different kind of effort than the exhausting struggle to control outcomes. The next time you notice your mind racing, try this experiment. Instead of immediately trying to stop it, become genuinely curious about the experience. What does mental racing actually feel like in your body? Where do you sense it most strongly? Is it in your chest, your head, your stomach? What thoughts are driving the speed? Are they about the future, the past, something you need to do, something you're worried about? Instead of judging any of this as wrong, explore it with the same gentle interest you might have for a piece of music you've never heard before. Notice its rhythms, its textures, its patterns, its qualities. This shift from fighting to exploring often creates an immediate sense of relief, not because the thoughts disappear, but because you've stopped adding the extra layer of struggle that comes from resistance. Here's something you might recognize from your own experience. Have you ever tried so hard to remember someone's name that it stayed just out of reach, hovering at the edge of your consciousness? But the moment you stopped straining and let your mind relax, the name appeared effortlessly. This is beginner's mind in action, the relaxed alertness that allows what you're seeking to come to you naturally. Your peace works exactly the same way. The harder you chase it, the more elusive it becomes. But when you stop chasing and start creating the conditions for peace to arise naturally, it appears with surprising ease and grace. These conditions aren't complicated or esoteric. They don't require perfect meditation technique, special postures, or years of intensive study. They require the simple willingness to meet this moment without demanding that it be different than it is. Consider how differently you might feel if, instead of thinking, "Shouldn't be anxious right now," you thought, "Anxiety is here, and I'm curious about what it has to tell me." Instead of, "I should know what to do with my life," you might think, "Not knowing is uncomfortable." But it's also honest, and from honesty, real clarity can grow. The Buddha himself emphasized this approach when he said, "Do not believe in anything simply because you have heard it. Do not believe in anything simply because it is spoken and rumored by many. But after observation and analysis, when you find that anything agrees with reason and is conducive to the good and benefit of one and all, then accept it and live up to it." This is beginner's mind in its purest form. Not believing something because you're supposed to, but testing it against your direct experience. Not accepting peace as a concept or goal, but allowing yourself to discover what peace actually feels like in your body, in your breath, in this very moment. Sometimes beginner's mind feels vulnerable or even frightening. We live in a culture that rewards knowing, that makes not knowing feel like failure or incompetence. But the ancient masters understood something profound about the nature of wisdom. The most intelligent response to life's infinite complexity is often, "I don't know, but I'm willing to find out." This willingness opens doors that certainty keeps locked. When you're certain about how life should unfold, you miss the subtle invitations for growth that existence is constantly offering. When you're certain about who you are, you miss the opportunities to become more than you ever imagined possible. In Zen, there's a famous saying, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few." But this isn't about dismissing expertise or knowledge. It's about recognizing that real wisdom holds knowledge lightly, using it as a tool rather than wearing it as an identity. When you approach your restless thoughts with this quality of open curiosity, something magical begins to happen. The thoughts don't necessarily disappear, but your relationship to them transforms completely. They become less solid, less permanent, less defining of who you think you are. You begin to see them as weather patterns in the vast sky of your awareness, rather than accurate descriptions of your identity or your future. This shift is subtle but utterly profound. It's the difference between being caught in a storm and watching a storm pass through. Both involve experiencing the storm's intensity, but your sense of safety and fundamental well-being remains intact when you know you are the sky, not the weather. The Buddha said, "Thousands of candles can be lighted from a single candle, and the life of the candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. In the same way, peace never decreases by being approached with beginner's mind. The more openly and curiously you meet your experience, the more peace becomes naturally available. But here's what will really transform your understanding of this process. Ancient masters didn't just teach these principles. They mapped out exactly what happens when you stop fighting your mental confusion and start working with it skillfully. This map has been preserved in temples and monasteries for over 1,000 years, and it reveals the precise stages every person goes through as they move from struggle to awakening. There's something remarkable about where you are right now. Buried in Zen monasteries across Asia is a teaching that has guided seekers for over 1,000 years, a map that predicts every stage of spiritual awakening with startling accuracy. It's called the 10 Bulls, and when you see where you are on this ancient chart, everything about your current struggle will suddenly make perfect sense. These 10 images weren't created by scholars sitting in libraries. They were drawn by masters who had walked the entire path themselves, who understood exactly what happens in the human heart and mind as it moves from confusion to clarity. Each stage represents a different relationship with your true nature, symbolized by a bull. The bull isn't something you need to find outside yourself in temples or books or teachers. It represents the peace, the clarity, the unshakable calm that has always been your deepest nature, even when it feels completely absent. The first stage is called searching for the bull. If you're listening to this right now, feeling lost and restless, questioning everything, this might be exactly where you are. In this stage, you don't even know what you're looking for, only that something essential feels missing from your life. There's a quiet ache, a persistent sense that life is happening somewhere else while you're just going through the motions. You might feel disconnected, like everyone else received a manual for living that somehow never reached you. You watch other people who seem content with ordinary pleasures, with their careers and relationships and weekend plans, and wonder why none of that feels sufficient for you. The Buddha understood this feeling intimately. Before his awakening, he wandered for years with this same restless hunger, this sense that conventional life couldn't possibly be all there is. He left his palace, his wealth, his family, driven by a question that wouldn't leave him alone. Why do we suffer, and is there a way beyond it? He said. Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. This is the longing of the first stage, searching for that one word, that one understanding, that one experience that will finally bring the peace you've been seeking your entire life. If this describes your experience, please understand that you're not behind schedule. You're not broken or spiritually deficient. You're beginning the most important journey a human being can take. This restlessness is sacred activity. It's the very thing that awakens the search for something deeper, something real. Without it, you might never discover what lies beneath the surface of everyday existence. The second stage is seeing the tracks. This is when you begin to sense that there's something genuine beyond the confusion, something that leaves traces you can follow. Maybe you've had moments of unexpected peace, times when your mind became suddenly quiet for no apparent reason. Perhaps you felt a profound sense of connection while walking in nature, or experienced a moment of startling clarity during meditation. Maybe you've read something that made your heart skip, or heard music that seemed to speak directly to your soul. These are the footprints of your true nature, signs that what you're seeking isn't imaginary or wishful thinking. You might recognize this stage if you've started to notice patterns in your thoughts and emotions. You begin to see that your mind has rhythms, that your moods follow certain triggers, that your reactions aren't as random as they once seemed. This awareness is precious beyond measure. It's the first sign that you're not completely identified with your mental activity. You're beginning to step back and observe the observer, to recognize that there's something in you that remains aware, even when everything else is chaos. Stage 3 is called First Glimpse of the Bull. This feels like seeing something magnificent between the trees, but every time you try to get a closer look, it vanishes. If this sounds familiar, you're in excellent company. Every master who has ever lived has been exactly where you are right now. In this phase, you might have moments of profound peace during meditation, only to find that they disappear the moment you try to hold on to them. You might experience deep insights that feel crystal clear in the moment, but become frustratingly fuzzy when you try to explain them to others. You might feel connected to something vast and loving, only to lose that connection the instant you start analyzing the experience. This isn't failure or spiritual inadequacy. This is progress. You're beginning to see what has always been there, even if you can't yet maintain steady contact with it. The ancient masters understood that these glimpses serve a crucial purpose. They prove to you that peace is possible, that clarity exists, that what you're seeking is real. Without these tastes of your true nature, you might give up the search entirely. But once you've seen even a glimpse, you know with absolute certainty that there's something worth pursuing. The fourth stage, catching the bull, often feels like the most frustrating phase of the entire journey. Now you know what you're looking for, and you've had enough experiences to believe it's absolutely real. But integrating this understanding into daily life feels nearly impossible. You might find yourself feeling peaceful and clear during morning practice, only to become reactive and confused the moment someone cuts you off in traffic. You might have profound insights during retreat, only to forget them completely when you return to work stress. This is where many sincere seekers feel like they're failing miserably. You might think, I should be beyond this by now. Or, real spiritual people don't get angry at their children. But the ancient masters understood that this stage is not only necessary but inevitable. You're learning to work with the wild, untrained aspects of your mind. The bull, representing your true nature, has been running free for so long that it takes enormous patience and skill to approach it without frightening it away. The Buddha spoke directly to this challenge when he said, "You yourself must strive. The Buddhas only point the way. No teacher can do this inner work for you. And the relationship between you and your own peace must be built through direct experience, moment by moment, choice by choice." Taming the bull is the fifth stage, where your practice begins to show real stability. You're no longer constantly surprised by your own reactivity, because you've started to understand its patterns and triggers. You might notice the early warning signs of anger before it fully takes hold of your system. You might catch yourself in the middle of anxious thinking and gently redirect your attention to the present moment without harsh self-judgment. This stage requires enormous patience with yourself. You're essentially retraining your nervous system after decades of unconscious habits and automatic reactions. Some days you'll feel like you're making genuine progress, others like you're back exactly where you started. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, your relationship with your thoughts and emotions becomes less volatile and more spacious. You're learning to respond from awareness rather than react from conditioning. The remaining stages of this ancient map reveal even more profound transformations, where the very sense of seeking dissolves into being, where the searcher and the sought are revealed as one. But wherever you find yourself right now on this journey, know that you're exactly where you need to be. The 10 bulls aren't just a historical curiosity. They're a living map that can help you understand your current experience and trust the process of awakening that's already underway in your life. Imagine your mind as a vast field after a fresh snowfall. The first person to walk across this field creates faint footprints. The second person naturally steps in those same footprints because it's easier than breaking new ground. As more people follow the same path, it becomes a well-worn trail. Eventually, what started as barely visible impressions becomes a deep groove that automatically guides everyone who crosses that field. This is exactly how your mind works. In Buddhist psychology, these mental grooves are called samskaras, and understanding them is the key to transforming your entire relationship with your thoughts and emotions. Every experience you've ever had has left an impression in your consciousness. Your first day of school, the time someone criticized you, the moment you felt deeply loved, the day you discovered something you were passionate about. Each of these experiences didn't just happen and disappear. They carved subtle channels in your awareness, creating what Buddhist masters call karmic seeds. These seeds lie dormant in your subconscious until the right conditions arise to activate them. When similar situations occur, these old impressions spring to life, influencing your thoughts, emotions, and reactions in ways you rarely recognize. This is why you might find yourself feeling inexplicably anxious in certain social situations, even when nothing threatening is actually happening. The current situation has triggered an old samskara, an ancient groove created perhaps by childhood experiences of feeling judged or excluded. Your rational mind knows you're safe, but your nervous system is responding to the activated pattern, not to present reality. Modern neuroscience has discovered something remarkable that validates this ancient understanding. Scientists can now observe how repeated thoughts and experiences literally reshape the brain, strengthening certain neural pathways while allowing others to weaken. They found that what fires together wires together, creating the biological basis for what Buddhist psychology has taught for over 2,000 years. But here's where the Buddhist understanding goes deeper than modern science. These mental patterns don't just influence your behavior in this lifetime. According to Buddhist teaching, the deepest samskaras carry forward from one existence to another, explaining why you might have inexplicable fears, instant attractions to certain people, or natural talents that seem to come from nowhere. Whether or not you believe in reincarnation, you can observe how patterns from your early childhood continue to influence your adult relationships and choices. The samskara of feeling abandoned might make you clingy in relationships, while the samskara of being criticized might make you defensive even when receiving genuine compliments. Understanding samskaras explains why changing habits and thought patterns can feel nearly impossible, even when you're highly motivated. You're not just fighting against current preferences. You're working against grooves that may have been carved by thousands of repetitions over many years. Every time you've responded to stress with worry, you've deepened the worry samskara. Every time you've reacted to criticism with defensiveness, you've strengthened the defensive pattern. Every time you've chosen comfort over growth, you've reinforced the samskara of avoidance. These patterns become so automatic that they feel like unchangeable aspects of your personality. You might think, I'm just an anxious person, or I've always been sensitive to criticism. But Buddhist psychology reveals a liberating truth. What you think of as your fixed personality is actually a collection of changeable patterns, grooves that were carved by experience and can be transformed by new experiences. This doesn't mean change is easy, but it does mean change is possible. The ancient masters discovered that samskaras follow predictable laws. They're strengthened by repetition and attention, weakened by neglect and awareness. When you become conscious of a pattern while it's operating, you interrupt its automatic flow. Instead of being carried along by the groove, you create a moment of choice. This moment of conscious awareness is like stepping out of the worn path in the snow and choosing to walk in a new direction. The first few times you do this, it requires tremendous effort. The old groove keeps pulling you back toward familiar responses. But each time you choose awareness over automaticity, you begin carving a new pattern. Here's what's truly remarkable about understanding samskaras. The very patterns that seem to trap you also contain the seeds of your liberation. Every samskara carries within it both the conditioning of the past and the potential for transformation in the present. When you recognize a pattern arising, you're not just seeing an old limitation, you're witnessing the precise place where freedom becomes possible. The moment you notice yourself falling into an automatic reaction, you've already stepped outside of it. This awareness itself begins to dissolve the pattern's hold over you. Buddhist masters teach that samskaras are like clouds passing through the sky of awareness. They appear solid and permanent when you're caught inside them. But when viewed from the spacious perspective of consciousness itself, they're revealed as temporary movements with no fixed substance. This understanding transforms your relationship with difficult emotions and recurring thoughts. Instead of seeing them as problems to be solved or enemies to be defeated, you begin to recognize them as old patterns asking to be met with awareness and compassion. The anxiety that feels so overwhelming is actually an ancient protective mechanism that once served you but may no longer be needed. The anger that feels so justified is often a samskara formed in childhood, when you felt powerless and learned that aggression was the only way to feel safe. When you meet these patterns with curiosity rather than resistance, something magical happens. They begin to relax their grip naturally, like a fist that opens when it realizes there's nothing left to hold. The Buddhist path isn't about eliminating samskaras entirely. That would be impossible as long as you're having experiences. Instead, it's about changing your relationship with them. Instead of being unconsciously controlled by these patterns, you learn to work with them consciously. You discover that the same mental energy that creates limiting patterns can be redirected to create patterns of wisdom, compassion, and inner peace. This is why meditation and mindfulness practices are so effective. They don't forcibly suppress old patterns, but create new grooves of awareness that gradually become stronger than the old grooves of reactivity. Every moment you spend in conscious presence is carving a deeper channel for peace in your mind. Every time you choose to respond rather than react, you're weakening the samskaras of unconscious behavior and strengthening the samskaras of wisdom. But there's something even more profound than transforming individual patterns. As your understanding deepens, you begin to see that all samskaras, both positive and negative, arise within something that is itself never touched by any pattern. This unchanging awareness that witnesses all mental activity is what Buddhist psychology calls your true nature. It's always been here, always been free, always been at peace. The journey of working with samskaras eventually leads you to recognize this fundamental awareness as your deepest identity. When this recognition stabilizes, you realize that you were never actually trapped by any pattern. You were always the free awareness in which all patterns appear and disappear. This understanding doesn't make you passive or indifferent to your mental habits. Instead, it gives you the ultimate freedom to work with them skillfully, knowing that no pattern can ever touch what you truly are. When you truly understand the nature of these mental patterns, you discover something that might initially seem paradoxical. The very samskaras that feel so solid and unchangeable are actually empty of any permanent essence. This emptiness isn't a philosophical concept or abstract idea. It's a direct recognition that transforms your entire relationship with mental suffering. In Buddhist teaching, this understanding is called shunyata, often translated as emptiness or voidness. But emptiness doesn't mean that nothing exists. Rather, it points to the fact that nothing exists in the fixed, independent way it appears to exist. Think about how your problems feel when you're caught up in them. They seem incredibly solid, permanent, and overwhelming. Your anxiety feels like a concrete weight in your chest. Your depression seems like an immovable darkness that will never lift. Your anger appears to be justified by unchangeable circumstances. But when you examine these experiences more closely, something remarkable begins to emerge. Consider what happens when you look carefully at any strong emotion. Let's say you're feeling intense anxiety about an upcoming presentation at work. The anxiety feels absolutely real and solid. Your heart races, your palms sweat. Your mind fills with catastrophic scenarios. But if you pause and investigate this experience with genuine curiosity, what do you actually find? You might notice that the anxiety isn't one solid block of experience. It's actually made up of constantly changing sensations in your body, rapidly shifting thoughts in your mind, and fleeting images of possible futures. None of these components remain the same for more than a few moments. The racing heart slows down, then speeds up again. The worried thoughts change content, jumping from one concern to another. The mental images of disaster dissolve and reform in slightly different configurations. What you initially experienced as solid anxiety reveals itself to be a flowing river of ever-changing experiences. This is what emptiness means in practical terms. Your problems aren't as solid as they appear. They're more like clouds that seem substantial from a distance, but dissolve into mist when you move through them. This understanding doesn't make your experiences less real or important. Instead, it reveals their true nature as fluid, workable, and ultimately transformable. When the Buddha taught about emptiness, he was offering a precise diagnosis of human suffering. We suffer not because bad things happen, but because we relate to our experiences as if they were solid, permanent, and independently existing. We grasp at pleasant experiences, trying to make them last forever. We push away unpleasant experiences, trying to make them disappear completely. But both grasping and pushing require the illusion that experiences are solid things that can be captured or eliminated. Emptiness reveals that there's nothing solid to grasp and nothing solid to push away. This recognition brings profound relief. When you realize that your problems don't exist as solid, independent entities, you stop fighting them in the old way. You can't punch a cloud or wrestle with the wind. Similarly, you can't struggle with experiences that have no fixed essence. This doesn't mean you become passive or indifferent to difficulties. Instead, you learn to work with challenges the way a skilled sailor works with wind and weather. You don't try to eliminate the wind. You understand its nature and adjust your sails accordingly. A woman who had been struggling with chronic worry for decades described her breakthrough this way. For years, she had tried every technique to stop her anxious thoughts. She fought them, distracted herself from them, analyzed them, and tried to replace them with positive thoughts. Nothing worked because she was treating her worry as if it were a solid enemy that needed to be defeated. But when she began investigating the actual nature of worry, she discovered something surprising. The worry wasn't one thing. It was a constantly changing flow of sensations, thoughts, and mental images. Sometimes it felt tight in her chest. Sometimes it appeared as racing thoughts. Sometimes it manifested as vivid pictures of things going wrong. But none of these components remained the same for more than a few seconds. The worry she had been fighting didn't actually exist as a solid, unchanging entity. This recognition didn't make her worry disappear immediately, but it changed her entire relationship with it. Instead of fighting a solid enemy, she learned to observe a flowing process. Instead of trying to eliminate worry, she began to understand its empty nature. This understanding brought a quality of spaciousness to her experience. The worry could arise, but it no longer felt like a prison. It was more like weather passing through an open sky. Emptiness also reveals something profound about the interconnected nature of all experience. When you investigate any problem or situation, you discover that it doesn't exist independently. It arises only in relationship to countless causes and conditions. Your anxiety about the presentation, for example, doesn't exist by itself. It depends on your past experiences with public speaking, your current relationship with your colleagues, your cultural conditioning about success and failure, your physical state on that particular day, and countless other factors. Change any of these conditions, and the anxiety changes too. This interdependence is another aspect of emptiness. Nothing exists as a separate, independent entity. Everything arises in relationship to everything else. This understanding can be initially unsettling because it challenges our usual sense of having solid problems that require solid solutions. But it's ultimately liberating because it reveals that even the most entrenched difficulties are workable. If your problems existed independently, they would be truly unchangeable. But because they arise from causes and conditions, they can be transformed by understanding and skillfully working with those causes and conditions. A man who had been battling depression for years found this perspective revolutionary. He had always thought of his depression as something wrong with him, a solid defect in his brain chemistry or personality. But when he began to investigate the empty nature of his depressive episodes, he discovered something different. His depression wasn't a thing at all. It was a process that arose when certain conditions came together. Poor sleep, social isolation, negative thinking patterns, lack of physical activity, and difficult life circumstances would combine to create the experience he called depression. But none of these conditions existed independently, and the depression itself had no solid essence. This recognition didn't cure his depression overnight, but it gave him a completely different way of working with it. Instead of fighting a solid enemy called depression, he began skillfully adjusting the conditions that gave rise to depressive experiences. He improved his sleep, increased social connection, learned to work with his thought patterns, and made other practical changes. Most importantly, he stopped identifying himself as a depressed person and began seeing depression as a temporary arising of conditions that could be understood and transformed. The teaching of emptiness isn't meant to be just an intellectual understanding. It's a lived recognition that transforms how you meet every moment of your life. When you truly understand that your problems are empty of solid existence, you approach them with a completely different energy. Instead of the heaviness of fighting solid obstacles, you bring the lightness of working with flowing processes. Instead of the despair of being trapped by unchangeable circumstances, you discover the hope that comes from understanding workable conditions. This doesn't mean life becomes easy or that all problems disappear, but it does mean that you stop creating unnecessary suffering by relating to your experiences as more solid than they actually are. You learn to dance with difficulty rather than wrestling with it. You discover that the very fluidity that once seemed threatening is actually the source of all possibility for change and growth. The ancient masters often used the metaphor of space to point to this understanding. Space doesn't fight with the objects that appear within it. It simply provides room for everything to arise and pass away naturally. When you recognize the empty nature of your experiences, you discover that you are like space itself, vast, open, and untroubled by whatever temporarily appears within your awareness. This recognition is the beginning of true freedom. The Buddha taught about samsara, the wheel of repeated experiences that most people consider a trap to escape. But what if this understanding is backwards? What if samsara isn't a prison, but the most sophisticated teaching system ever designed? What if every repeated pattern, every familiar struggle, every cycle you find yourself caught in is actually a precise lesson waiting to be understood? This changes everything about how you relate to the difficult patterns in your life. Samsara literally means wandering or cycling through. It describes how beings move through repeated experiences, encountering the same types of situations, relationships, and challenges over and over. Traditional teachings often present this as suffering, something to transcend or escape. But the deeper wisdom reveals samsara as a compassionate teacher that keeps presenting exactly the lessons you need for awakening. Think about the patterns in your own life, the same type of relationship conflicts that keep arising, the same emotional reactions that surface in different situations, the same fears or insecurities that appear in various forms. Most people see these repetitions as evidence that they're stuck, that they're not growing or learning. But what if these cycles are actually perfect opportunities for deeper understanding? What if life keeps bringing you the same lesson because you haven't fully received its teaching yet? Consider how a skilled teacher works with a student. They don't present advanced concepts until the foundational understanding is solid. They repeat essential lessons in different ways until the student truly grasps them. They create multiple opportunities to practice new skills until they become natural. Samsara works exactly the same way. Life presents the same core lessons repeatedly, each time with slightly different circumstances, until you develop the wisdom and skill to respond with genuine understanding rather than automatic reaction. The person who keeps attracting controlling partners isn't cursed or broken. They're being given repeated opportunities to learn about healthy boundaries, self-worth, and authentic power. The individual who experiences the same work conflicts wherever they go isn't unlucky. They're receiving lessons about communication, leadership, or standing in their truth. Each repetition offers a chance to respond differently, to apply new understanding, to practice emerging wisdom. The Buddha discovered the precise mechanism behind these cycles. He called it pratityasamutpada, dependent origination. This teaching reveals that nothing arises independently. Every experience emerges from specific causes and conditions, following laws as reliable as gravity. When you understand dependent origination, you see that your repeated patterns aren't random or meaningless. They arise from specific mental and emotional conditions that you can learn to recognize and work with skillfully. The Buddha described 12 links in the chain of dependent origination, showing exactly how experiences unfold. It begins with ignorance, not knowing the true nature of reality. This ignorance creates mental formations, habitual ways of thinking and reacting. These formations shape consciousness, which influences how you perceive and interpret experiences. Your perceptions trigger feelings of attraction, aversion, or indifference. These feelings lead to craving for pleasant experiences and aversion to unpleasant ones. Craving creates grasping, attempts to hold on to what you want and push away what you don't want. This grasping generates karma, actions that create consequences. These consequences shape future experiences, which trigger the same cycle again. Understanding this process is incredibly empowering because it shows you exactly where you can intervene. You can't control what experiences arise, but you can learn to respond to them with wisdom rather than unconscious reaction. Each time you pause between stimulus and response, you weaken the automatic chain of dependent origination. Each moment of awareness creates space for new possibilities to emerge. This is why mindfulness practice is so transformative. It doesn't eliminate difficult experiences, but it changes your relationship to them completely. Here's something that might surprise you about these repeated cycles. They're not punishment or evidence of failure. They're expressions of infinite compassion. Life keeps offering the same lessons because it never gives up on your capacity to learn and grow. A harsh teacher might present a lesson once and move on if you don't understand, but samsara is endlessly patient. It will present the same opportunity for wisdom 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times if necessary. Each repetition is an invitation to deeper understanding. Think about learning to ride a bicycle. You didn't expect to master it on the first try. You fell many times, each fall teaching you something about balance, momentum, and trust. Eventually, through repeated practice, riding became natural and effortless. The same principle applies to spiritual and emotional learning. You might need to encounter the same type of challenging person multiple times before you learn to maintain your center in their presence. You might need to face the same fear in different contexts before you develop genuine courage. You might need to experience the same loss repeatedly before you learn to hold life with open hands. Each repetition isn't a failure to progress. It's another opportunity to apply your growing wisdom in a slightly different context. Eventually, you develop such mastery that the lesson no longer needs to appear. You've learned what samsara was trying to teach you. The beautiful paradox of samsara is that you escape it not by running away, but by fully engaging with its teachings. When you stop seeing repeated patterns as problems to solve and start recognizing them as lessons to learn, everything changes. The energy you used to spend fighting against your circumstances becomes available for understanding and growth. The resistance that kept you stuck in cycles transforms into curiosity and openness. This doesn't mean becoming passive or accepting harmful situations. It means approaching your patterns with the wisdom to see what they're trying to teach you. Sometimes the lesson is about setting boundaries. Sometimes it's about letting go of control. Sometimes it's about developing patience, courage, or compassion. The specific teaching varies, but the opportunity for growth is always present. When you truly understand what a pattern is trying to teach you, it naturally begins to shift. Not because you're forcing change, but because you've received the wisdom it was offering. This is how samsara serves awakening. Each cycle, each repetition, each familiar challenge is a stepping stone toward greater wisdom and freedom. The wheel that seemed like a trap reveals itself as the path itself. This understanding transforms your relationship to difficulty completely. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me again?" you begin to ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" Instead of feeling victimized by repeated patterns, you recognize yourself as a student in the most profound school imaginable. The curriculum is your own life, and every experience is perfectly designed to support your awakening. In the Buddhist tradition, there's a figure who appears repeatedly in stories about the Buddha's awakening. His name is Mara, and he represents everything that seems to obstruct spiritual growth. Doubt, fear, anger, temptation, spiritual pride, and the voice that whispers you're not ready, not worthy, not capable of peace. Most spiritual traditions treat these forces as enemies to be defeated. But the Buddha's approach to Mara was radically different, and it holds the key to transforming your relationship with every inner obstacle you face. The most famous encounter happened on the night of the Buddha's enlightenment. As he sat under the Bodhi tree, committed to awakening, Mara appeared with his armies of demons, representing every form of doubt and distraction imaginable. But instead of fighting or fleeing, the Buddha did something unexpected. He touched the earth with his right hand and said simply, "I see you, Mara." He acknowledged Mara's presence without resistance, without fear, and without trying to make him go away. This gesture of recognition transformed everything. The armies of demons became flowers falling like rain, and Mara himself bowed in respect before disappearing. This story isn't ancient mythology. It's a precise instruction manual for working with the obstacles in your own mind. Every time you sit quietly and try to find peace, familiar visitors arrive. The voice that says you're wasting your time. The anxiety that insists you should be doing something more productive. The anger about past hurts that suddenly feels urgent and overwhelming. The doubt that whispers you'll never figure this out. That peace is for other people, not for you. These aren't signs that you're failing at spiritual practice. They're signs that you're succeeding. When you begin to settle into stillness, everything that's been suppressed or ignored naturally rises to the surface. It's like cleaning out a closet that's been packed full for years. The moment you open the door, everything tumbles out in apparent chaos. But this isn't chaos. It's the natural process of clearing. The mind has been storing unprocessed experiences, unresolved emotions, and unconscious patterns. When you create space through meditation or contemplation, these stored energies finally have room to move and be released. Most people interpret this emergence of difficulty as evidence they're doing something wrong. They think meditation should immediately bring peace, and when old wounds or persistent worries arise instead, they conclude they're not cut out for spiritual practice. But the Buddha understood something profound about these obstacles. They're not random interference. They're the very material of awakening. Every doubt that arises is an opportunity to discover the awareness that remains unshaken by doubt. Every fear that surfaces is a chance to find the courage that exists beyond fear. Every angry thought that appears is an invitation to recognize the spaciousness that can hold anger without being consumed by it. This is why Mara, in Buddhist understanding, isn't actually an enemy. He's a teacher disguised as an obstacle. The Buddha's response to Mara offers a complete methodology for working with inner obstacles. The first step is recognition. I see you, Mara. This means acknowledging what's actually present in your experience without immediately trying to fix it, change it, or make it go away. When anxiety arises during meditation, instead of fighting it or feeling frustrated, you might inwardly say, I see you. Anxiety. Now, when doubt appears about your spiritual progress, instead of getting caught in arguments with the doubting mind, you acknowledge, I see you, doubt. But this recognition isn't passive resignation. It's an active, conscious choice to meet your experience with awareness rather than reactivity. The moment you truly see an obstacle, something shifts in your relationship to it. It's no longer happening to you. You're present with it. There's a subtle but crucial difference between being overwhelmed by anxiety and being aware that anxiety is present, between being lost in doubt and recognizing that doubt is arising, between being consumed by anger and noticing that anger is moving through your system. This recognition creates what spiritual teachers call sacred space. You're a gap between the arising of an experience and your automatic reaction to it. In that gap, wisdom becomes possible. The second aspect of the Buddha's response was his complete lack of resistance. He didn't try to make Mara go away. He didn't argue with Mara's accusations or try to prove him wrong. He simply remained present, grounded, and open. This non-resistance is perhaps the most challenging part of working with inner obstacles. Everything in us wants to fight what feels uncomfortable or threatening, but resistance actually strengthens what we're resisting. When you fight with doubt, you give doubt more energy and attention. When you struggle against anxiety, you create additional layers of anxiety about having anxiety. When you resist anger, you often end up angry about being angry. The Buddha discovered that obstacles dissolve naturally when met with non-resistant awareness, not because you're trying to make them dissolve, but because resistance is what keeps them solid and persistent. There's a later story about the Buddha and Mara that reveals an even deeper teaching. Years after the Buddha's enlightenment, when he was teaching students, Mara would still occasionally visit. But now, instead of appearing as a threatening force, Mara would arrive like an old friend. The Buddha would invite him to sit down and have tea. They would chat about spiritual matters, and then Mara would peacefully depart. The Buddha's students were confused by this friendly relationship with what they considered a spiritual enemy, but the Buddha explained that Mara had become one of his most valuable teachers. Every time Mara appeared, it was an opportunity to practice non-resistance, to deepen recognition, and to discover new levels of equanimity. This transformation from enemy to friend represents the ultimate goal of spiritual practice, not the elimination of difficulties, but the complete transformation of your relationship to difficulty. When you no longer need your inner obstacles to go away in order for you to be at peace, they stop being obstacles. They become teachers' mirrors, and opportunities for deeper awakening. The anxious thoughts that once tormented you become reminders to return to presence. The doubts that used to undermine your confidence become invitations to discover the confidence that doesn't depend on circumstances. The anger that felt so destructive becomes energy that can be channeled into compassionate action. This doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't mean you'll never feel challenged by difficult emotions or thoughts. But gradually, your relationship to these experiences transforms completely. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me again?" you begin to ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" Instead of feeling victimized by repeated patterns, you recognize yourself as a student in the most profound school imaginable. The curriculum is your own life, and every experience is perfectly designed to support your awakening. There exists a teaching so profound that it cannot be spoken, so complete that it requires no explanation, and so immediate that it's available in every moment of silence. The ancient Buddhist masters discovered something remarkable about the deepest spiritual truths. The more you try to capture them in words, the more they slip away like water through your fingers. This is why the Buddha sometimes taught through what the texts call noble silence. When asked certain questions about the ultimate nature of reality, he would simply remain quiet, not because he didn't know the answer, but because the answer could only be experienced directly. There's a famous story about a monk named Vimalakirti who became legendary throughout ancient India for his wisdom. When the greatest Buddhist teachers of his time gathered to discuss the deepest teachings, they each gave elaborate explanations about the nature of non-duality. Scholar after scholar spoke eloquently about how all apparent opposites are actually one, how subject and object dissolve into pure awareness, how the seeker and the sought are revealed to be identical. Each explanation was more sophisticated than the last, filled with precise philosophical language and profound insights. When it came time for Vimalakirti to speak, he simply remained silent. His silence was so complete, so present, so alive with understanding that everyone in the room immediately grasped what all the words had been pointing toward. They realized that the deepest truth cannot be contained in concepts, because it is the very awareness within which all concepts arise and dissolve. This wasn't the silence of not knowing. This was the silence of such complete knowing that words became unnecessary. Think about moments in your own life when you've experienced this kind of knowing. Maybe you've sat with a friend who was grieving, and you discovered that your simple presence communicated more compassion than any words could have conveyed. Perhaps you've watched a sunset and felt something so vast and beautiful that any attempt to describe it would have diminished the experience. Or you might have had a moment of sudden understanding where everything clicked into place, and you knew that trying to explain it would only confuse the clarity. These experiences point to something essential about how the deepest wisdom is transmitted. In our word-saturated culture, we've almost forgotten the power of conscious silence. We fill every pause with commentary, every quiet moment with entertainment, every space with noise. But the ancient masters knew that silence isn't empty. True silence is pregnant with infinite possibility. When you sit in meditation and the mental chatter finally settles, what remains isn't nothing. What remains is the aware presence that was always there, the consciousness within which all thoughts and experiences arise. This awareness doesn't need to be created or achieved. It simply needs to be recognized. And recognition often happens most clearly in moments of profound stillness. The Buddha taught that this awareness is your true nature, not the thoughts that come and go, not the emotions that rise and fall, not the sensations that appear and disappear. Your essential nature is the unchanging awareness that witnesses all these changing experiences. When you rest in this awareness, you discover a peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. This is the peace that the mind cannot create through thinking and cannot destroy through worry. It's already here, already complete, already perfect. But here's what's fascinating about this teaching. The moment you try to grasp it conceptually, it becomes elusive again. You can read about awareness, think about awareness, discuss awareness for hours. But awareness itself can only be experienced directly. This is why so many spiritual traditions emphasize practices that quiet the conceptual mind. Not because thinking is bad, but because the deepest truths are revealed in the spaces between thoughts. There's a particular quality of listening that opens the door to this wordless understanding. Most of the time, when someone is speaking, you're already formulating your response. You're agreeing or disagreeing, comparing their words to your own experiences, planning what you'll say next. But there's another way of listening where you become completely receptive. You listen not just to the words, but to the silence between the words. You listen not just with your mind, but with your whole being. In this quality of listening, something magical happens. The person speaking often discovers things they didn't know they knew. And you often receive understanding that goes far beyond what was actually said. This is how the deepest spiritual teachings are transmitted. Not through information transfer, but through a quality of presence that creates space for direct recognition. Think about teachers or mentors who have had the greatest impact on your life. Chances are, it wasn't primarily their words that transformed you. It was something about their presence, their way of being, the silence that surrounded their words. They embodied the teaching rather than just explaining it. This is why spending time with awakened beings has always been considered one of the most powerful spiritual practices. Not because they'll give you all the right answers, but because their presence reminds you of the peace and clarity that's already within you. The invitation of noble silence isn't to stop thinking forever. Thoughts are a natural function of consciousness, like waves are a natural function of the ocean. The invitation is to recognize the aware space within which all thoughts arise. When you're identified with your thoughts, you feel tossed around by every mental wave. But when you recognize yourself as the ocean of awareness itself, the waves can rise and fall without disturbing your essential stillness. This recognition doesn't require years of practice or special techniques. It's available right now, in this moment. Simply notice that you are aware. Notice that there's an aware presence reading these words. That awareness isn't located in your head or anywhere else in particular. It's the open space of knowing within which all experience unfolds. Rest in that awareness for a moment. Don't try to maintain it or hold on to it. Just recognize it and let yourself be held by it. This is the teaching beyond words. This is the silence that speaks more eloquently than any explanation. This is the peace that your restless mind has been seeking all along. And the beautiful thing is that once you've tasted this recognition, you begin to find it everywhere. In the pause between thoughts, in the space between breaths, in the stillness that underlies all movement. The teaching is always here, always available, always complete. You just need to become quiet enough to receive it. There's an ancient teaching that can transform how you understand your place in existence. It's called Indra's net, and it reveals something profound about the nature of your experience and your connection to everything around you. Imagine a vast cosmic web stretching infinitely in all directions. At each intersection of this web hangs a perfect jewel, each one reflecting every other jewel in the entire net. When light touches one jewel, it illuminates not just that single point, but creates ripples of reflection throughout the entire infinite web. This is Indra's net, and you are one of those jewels. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every action you take sends ripples through this web of connection, and simultaneously, you're receiving the reflections from every other jewel, every other being, every other point of consciousness in existence. Your restless mind isn't just your private struggle. It's connected to the restlessness of every human who has ever lived. And it's also connected to every moment of peace that has ever been found. When you sit in meditation and your mind feels chaotic, you're not just experiencing your own mental patterns. You're experiencing the collective human struggle with thought and the collective human capacity for awakening. This understanding immediately changes your relationship with your experience. You're no longer isolated in your difficulties or alone in your seeking. Every challenge you face has been faced by countless others, and every insight you gain contributes to the wisdom available to all beings. Consider how this works in practical terms. When you choose patience instead of irritation in traffic, that choice doesn't just affect your immediate experience. It sends ripples of calm through the web, contributing to the collective capacity for patience that others can access. When you choose compassion instead of judgment towards someone who's struggling, you're strengthening the threads of compassion in the entire web. This isn't mystical thinking. It's recognizing how interconnected our experiences actually are. Your mood affects everyone around you, often in ways you never notice. Your presence in a room changes the energy of that space for everyone present. Your commitment to your own healing creates permission for others to heal. The ancient masters understood this deeply. They knew that individual awakening and collective awakening are not separate processes. When one person finds genuine peace, it becomes easier for others to find that same peace. When one person breaks free from a pattern of reactivity, it weakens that pattern's hold on the collective consciousness. This is why spiritual practice has always been understood as service, even when it appears solitary. When you sit quietly and allow your mind to settle, you're not just helping yourself, you're contributing to the peace available to all beings. When you choose love over fear in your daily interactions, you're strengthening love's presence in the world. Indra's net helps explain why relationships are such powerful teachers. Every person you encounter is reflecting back aspects of your own consciousness. The qualities that trigger you in others often point to unhealed aspects of yourself. The qualities you admire in others reveal capacities that exist within you. This doesn't mean that other people don't have their own independent reality and struggles. It means that the web of connection ensures that you encounter exactly the reflections you need for your growth. The difficult boss who pushes all your buttons might be reflecting your own inner critic. The friend whose calm presence soothes you is reflecting your own capacity for peace. The stranger whose kindness touches your heart is reflecting the kindness that lives within you. Understanding this transforms conflict from something to avoid into something to explore. When someone triggers a strong reaction in you, instead of focusing on changing them, you can ask what this reflection is showing you about yourself. This doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior or avoiding necessary boundaries. It means recognizing that every interaction offers information about your inner landscape. The person who seems to have everything together might be reflecting your desire for integration. The person who struggles with addiction might be reflecting your own relationship with compulsive patterns. The person who expresses anger freely might be reflecting your own unexpressed frustration. Each reflection offers an opportunity to understand yourself more completely and to respond with greater wisdom. One of the most profound implications of Indra's net is that your personal healing work serves the healing of the whole. When you work with your own anxiety, you're contributing to the collective understanding of how to transform anxiety into peace. When you learn to forgive yourself, you're strengthening the capacity for self-forgiveness in the entire web. When you develop the ability to stay present with difficult emotions, you're contributing to the collective emotional intelligence. This understanding can provide tremendous motivation for inner work. Your commitment to healing isn't selfish. It's one of the most generous things you can do. Every pattern you transform in yourself becomes a pathway that others can follow. Every limiting belief you release weakens that beliefs hold on the collective consciousness. Every moment of genuine self-compassion you cultivate makes self-compassion more accessible to others. This is why the ancient tradition emphasized that the most powerful way to serve others is to do your own inner work thoroughly. You can't give what you don't have, but whatever genuine peace or wisdom you develop becomes a gift to the entire web. Consider how this might change your approach to your own struggles. Instead of seeing your anxiety or depression or anger as personal failures, you can see them as opportunities to develop understanding that will serve not just you, but everyone connected to you. Instead of feeling guilty about taking time for meditation or therapy or spiritual practice, you can recognize these as acts of service to the collective healing. Your willingness to face your own darkness with compassion creates space for others to do the same. Your courage to be vulnerable about your struggles gives others permission to be authentic about theirs. The jewel that you are in Indra's net becomes brighter and more reflective as you do this work, and that increased luminosity benefits every other jewel in the infinite web. This is the ultimate teaching of interconnection. You are not separate from the peace you seek. You are not separate from the love you long for. You are not separate from the wisdom you need. All of it exists within the web of connection that you are already part of. Your job is simply to recognize this truth and allow it to transform how you move through your days. When you truly understand Indra's net, isolation becomes impossible and service becomes natural. There is a teaching so profound that when the Buddha first understood it, he hesitated to share it with the world. He worried that people would find it too subtle, too complex to grasp. This teaching is called dependent origination, and it explains the precise law governing how every single experience in your life comes into being. Understanding this principle doesn't just change how you think about problems, it changes how you relate to the very fabric of existence itself. Imagine dropping a pebble into a still pond. The ripples spread outward in perfect circles, each wave creating the conditions for the next. Now imagine that every thought, every emotion, every action you take is like that pebble. Each one creates ripples that spread through the web of existence, influencing countless other experiences in ways you can barely imagine. This is dependent origination in its simplest form. Nothing arises independently. Everything emerges from a complex web of causes and conditions, and everything you experience is both the result of previous conditions and the cause of future ones. The Buddha described this principle with elegant precision. This arising, that arises, this ceasing that ceases. When this is present, that comes to be. When this is absent, that does not come to be. These simple statements contain the key to understanding why your life unfolds exactly as it does, and more importantly, how you can work skillfully with the forces that shape your experience. Consider the anxiety that might arise when you think about an upcoming presentation. That anxiety doesn't appear from nowhere. It arises from the coming together of multiple conditions. Perhaps there's a memory of past embarrassment, a belief about needing to appear perfect, physical tension in your body, and thoughts about what others might think. Remove any one of these conditions, and the anxiety either doesn't arise or arises in a completely different form. This understanding is immediately practical. Instead of asking why you feel anxious, you can ask what conditions are present that allow anxiety to arise. Instead of trying to force the anxiety away, you can examine which conditions you might be able to shift. The traditional teaching lists 12 links in the chain of dependent origination, each one creating the conditions for the next. But you don't need to memorize these links to benefit from understanding the principle. What matters is recognizing that your experience is always the result of multiple factors coming together, and that by working skillfully with these factors, you can influence what arises next. When most people first encounter the teaching of dependent origination, they worry it means everything is predetermined. If everything arises from causes and conditions, where is free will? But the Buddha taught something revolutionary. Understanding dependent origination actually reveals where your freedom lies. Because you can see how experiences arise from conditions, you can learn to create different conditions. You cannot control outcomes directly, but you can influence the factors that shape outcomes. This is why meditation works. Not because it forces your mind to be peaceful, but because it creates conditions that allow peace to arise naturally. When you sit quietly and observe your breath, you're establishing conditions of stillness, present moment awareness, and non-judgmental attention. These conditions naturally give rise to states of calm and clarity. The same principle applies to every area of life. You cannot force someone to love you, but you can create conditions of kindness, authenticity, and emotional availability that make love more likely to flourish. You cannot guarantee success in any endeavor, but you can establish conditions of preparation, persistence, and skillful effort that increase the probability of positive outcomes. You cannot eliminate all suffering from your life, but you can reduce the conditions that create unnecessary suffering while cultivating conditions that support well-being. This understanding brings tremendous relief to anyone who has struggled with the illusion of total control. You are not responsible for making everything in your life turn out perfectly. You are responsible for creating the best conditions you can, and then allowing outcomes to unfold according to the natural laws of cause and effect. The most immediate application of dependent origination is in understanding how mental states arise and pass away. Every thought, every emotion, every state of consciousness emerges from the coming together of specific conditions. Anger, for example, doesn't just happen. It arises when there's contact with something unpleasant, a story about how things should be different, identification with that story, and often a physical component of tension or heat. When you understand this, you stop taking anger so personally. You see it as a natural result of conditions coming together, not as a statement about who you are. And because you understand the conditions, you can work with them skillfully. Instead of suppressing the anger or acting it out unconsciously, you can examine what conditions are present. Perhaps you can soften the story about how things should be different. Maybe you can release some of the physical tension, or you might choose to step away from the triggering situation until the conditions shift. The same principle applies to positive states. Joy doesn't arise randomly. It emerges when conditions of gratitude, presence, connection, or appreciation come together. Understanding this allows you to cultivate these conditions more intentionally. Peace arises when conditions of acceptance, present moment awareness, and letting go are present. Love emerges from conditions of openness, seeing the goodness in others, and releasing the need to protect yourself. By understanding dependent origination, you become a gardener of consciousness, learning to recognize which conditions support the states you want to cultivate and which conditions lead to suffering. Perhaps the most transformative aspect of understanding dependent origination is how it naturally generates compassion. When you see clearly how your own difficult experiences arise from conditions, you begin to understand that everyone else's behavior also arises from conditions. The person who cut you off in traffic isn't inherently rude. Their action arose from conditions you cannot see. Perhaps they're rushing to the hospital, or struggling with overwhelming stress, or operating from patterns learned in childhood. This doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it helps you respond from wisdom rather than reactivity. You begin to see that everyone is doing the best they can given the conditions present in their life at any moment. This understanding extends to yourself as well. The mistakes you've made, the times you've acted unskillfully, the patterns you struggle with, all arose from conditions. Understanding this brings self-compassion without self-indulgence. You can acknowledge the conditions that led to unskillful actions while taking responsibility for creating different conditions in the future. The Buddha taught that when you truly understand dependent origination, blame becomes impossible. Not because you excuse harmful actions, but because you see so clearly how everything arises from causes and conditions that the whole notion of fixed blame loses meaning. What remains is the practical question of how to create conditions that support wisdom, compassion, and well-being for yourself and others. This shift in perspective is one of the most healing aspects of Buddhist psychology. Instead of asking who is to blame for your suffering, you ask what conditions created this experience and how you can work skillfully with those conditions. Instead of judging yourself or others for being imperfect, you focus on understanding what conditions support growth and healing. This is the freedom that comes from understanding the law of arising. You stop fighting reality and start working with it skillfully. You stop trying to control outcomes and start focusing on creating beneficial conditions. And in that shift, you discover a peace that doesn't depend on everything going your way. The ancient Buddhist parable of the burning house tells the story of children so absorbed in their play that they don't notice their home is on fire. Their father, seeing the danger, calls to them urgently, but the children are lost in their games, completely unaware that the very walls protecting them have become their greatest threat. This story reveals something profound about the human condition. We often cling to familiar patterns, relationships, and ways of thinking long after they've stopped serving us. What once provided genuine security can gradually transform into a prison of our own making. The burning house represents those moments in life when the structures we've built around ourselves begin to crumble. Your career that once brought satisfaction now feels empty and draining. The relationship that once nourished you has become a source of constant tension. The beliefs that once provided comfort now feel restrictive and limiting. These aren't failures or mistakes. They're natural stages in the process of growth and awakening. But recognizing when it's time to leave the burning house requires tremendous courage. The familiar, even when it's no longer working, feels safer than the unknown. Most people spend their lives rearranging furniture in a burning house. They change jobs within the same industry that drains them. They modify their approach to relationships without questioning whether they're choosing the right partners. They try to fix their thinking without examining whether their fundamental assumptions about life need updating. This isn't laziness or lack of awareness. It's a natural human tendency to seek security in the familiar. Your nervous system is designed to prioritize predictability over growth. The known danger feels safer than the unknown possibility. Consider how this might be showing up in your own life right now. Are there areas where you keep trying to make something work that clearly isn't working? Relationships where you've had the same conversation dozens of times without any real change? Work situations where you keep hoping things will improve despite mounting evidence to the contrary? Thought patterns that you've tried to modify countless times, but that keep returning with the same intensity? These repetitive cycles often indicate that you're trying to renovate a burning house instead of recognizing it's time to leave. The Buddha taught that one of the deepest forms of suffering comes from attachment to impermanent things. We build our sense of identity and security around circumstances that are constantly changing. When those circumstances inevitably shift, we experience the pain of loss. But what if that loss is actually pointing towards something much more stable and reliable. The parable suggests that real security comes not from maintaining familiar structures, but from developing the flexibility to respond wisely to changing conditions. In the story, the father's voice calling to his children represents wisdom trying to get your attention. This voice might come through a persistent feeling that something needs to change. It might arrive as a series of external events that seem to be pushing you in a new direction. Sometimes it manifests as a growing sense of restlessness or dissatisfaction with things that used to bring contentment. The wisdom voice rarely shouts. It usually begins as a whisper, a subtle knowing that invites you to consider new possibilities. But if ignored long enough, life has ways of making the message more obvious. The job becomes unbearable. The relationship reaches a breaking point. The old ways of coping stop working entirely. These aren't punishments or signs that you've done something wrong. They're invitations to step into a larger version of yourself. Learning to recognize and trust this inner guidance is one of the most important skills you can develop. It requires distinguishing between the voice of fear, which wants to keep you small and safe, and the voice of wisdom, which calls you toward growth even when it feels uncomfortable. Fear says, stay where you are, at least you know what to expect. And wisdom says, trust the process. Something better is waiting, but you have to be willing to let go of what you know. The children in the burning house are so absorbed in their immediate experience that they can't see the bigger picture. This represents how we can become so identified with our current circumstances that we lose perspective on what's actually happening. When you're inside a situation, it's difficult to see it clearly. You might need to step back, seek outside perspective, or create space for reflection to recognize when familiar patterns have become destructive. The most profound teaching in the burning house parable is about what happens when you finally recognize that your familiar structures are no longer serving you. Initially, this recognition brings fear and grief. You're losing something that felt important, even if it wasn't actually supporting your highest good. But as you move through that initial discomfort, something remarkable happens. You discover the freedom that comes from having nothing left to lose. When you're no longer trying to maintain structures that require constant effort to sustain, enormous energy becomes available for creating something new. This is why many people report feeling most alive during periods of transition, even when those transitions are challenging. The old identity, with all its limitations and requirements, has dissolved. The new identity hasn't yet crystallized. In that space between stories, you experience yourself as pure potential. This doesn't mean becoming reckless or abandoning all structure and commitment. It means learning to hold your structures lightly, recognizing them as tools rather than identities. You can be deeply committed to your relationships, work, and practices while remaining unattached to specific outcomes. You can invest fully in your current circumstances while staying open to the possibility that those circumstances might need to change. This balance between engagement and non-attachment is one of the most sophisticated aspects of spiritual maturity. The Buddha demonstrated this perfectly. He was completely dedicated to teaching and serving others, yet he held no attachment to whether people accepted his teachings. He engaged fully with life while remaining free from the need for any particular outcome. When you embody this same balance, you discover that real security comes not from controlling external circumstances, but from trusting your ability to respond wisely to whatever arises. The burning house becomes not a tragedy, but a teacher, showing you where you've been holding too tightly to things that were always meant to change. And in that recognition, you find the courage to step into the unknown, trusting that wisdom will guide you toward whatever comes next. This is the freedom that emerges when you stop trying to make permanent what is naturally impermanent. You learn to dance with change rather than resist it. And in that dance, you discover a peace that no burning house can ever threaten. In the dense forests of Thailand, there exists a tradition that challenges everything modern society teaches about security and happiness. Buddhist monks walk through these ancient woodlands, carrying nothing but their robes, a bowl for food, and perhaps a small mat for sleeping. They own no property, have no savings account, no insurance policy, no permanent address. By conventional standards, they should be the most anxious people on earth. Instead, they radiate a peace and contentment that seems almost impossible. These forest monks have discovered something profound about the relationship between security and freedom. The less they own, the more liberated they become. The fewer guarantees they have about tomorrow, the more present they are today. This isn't poverty as punishment or deprivation as spiritual practice. This is the deliberate cultivation of what the Buddha called the freedom of having nothing to lose. Most people spend their entire lives building walls of security. We accumulate possessions, establish routines, create backup plans for our backup plans. We tell ourselves that once we have enough money saved, enough insurance coverage, enough certainty about the future, then we'll finally be able to relax. But the forest monks discovered something remarkable. The more security you try to create, the more insecure you become. Each new possession brings with it the fear of losing it. Each achievement creates anxiety about maintaining it. Every wall you build to protect yourself becomes a prison that confines you. The forest tradition teaches that true security comes not from having more, but from needing less. Not from controlling circumstances, but from developing the inner resources to meet whatever arises. When you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to fear. This doesn't mean living recklessly or abandoning all responsibility. The forest monks are incredibly disciplined and mindful about their choices, but their discipline serves freedom rather than accumulation. They've learned to distinguish between what they truly need and what they merely want, between genuine security and the illusion of control. Ajahn Chah, one of the most revered forest masters, used to tell his students about the difference between a wild chicken and a domesticated one. The wild chicken scratches for food each day, never knowing where its next meal will come from. The domesticated chicken has food provided regularly, a safe coop, protection from predators. Yet the wild chicken is free, while the domesticated one is trapped. The wild chicken has developed the skills and awareness necessary to thrive in uncertainty. The domesticated chicken has traded its natural abilities for the promise of security. But what happens when the farmer stops providing food, or when the coop is threatened? The domesticated chicken, despite all its apparent security, is actually far more vulnerable than its wild counterpart. The forest monks deliberately place themselves in situations where they must rely on their inner resources rather than external guarantees. They practice what's called tudong, or wandering meditation, where they walk for days or weeks through unfamiliar territory with no predetermined destination. They sleep wherever night finds them, often in caves, under trees, or in abandoned buildings. They eat only what is offered to them, never knowing if they'll receive a meal on any given day. This isn't masochism or spiritual showing off. It's a systematic training in trust and presence. When you can't control external circumstances, you're forced to develop internal stability. When you can't predict what tomorrow will bring, you learn to find peace in this moment. The uncertainty that most people spend their lives trying to avoid becomes a teacher of the highest order. It shows you that your deepest fears about insecurity are largely imaginary, that you're far more resilient and adaptable than you believed. That happiness doesn't depend on having your preferences met or your plans fulfilled. One forest monk described his experience this way. Before entering the forest, Every unexpected change in his routine would trigger anxiety. A delayed flight, a cancelled meeting, even running out of his favorite coffee could disturb his peace for hours. After years of wandering practice, he found himself genuinely curious about uncertainty. Each unexpected turn became an adventure rather than a threat. He had developed what he called uncertainty immunity, the ability to remain centered regardless of external circumstances. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent or detached from life. The forest monks are some of the most engaged and compassionate people you'll ever meet. But their engagement comes from choice rather than compulsion, from love rather than fear. The forest tradition is essentially a school for learning to let go, not just of material possessions, but of the deeper attachments that create suffering. The attachment to being right, to being liked, to being successful. The attachment to your image of yourself, your plans for the future, your interpretations of the past. Each attachment is a thread that binds you to suffering. When circumstances don't match your attachments, you suffer. When they do match, you suffer from the fear of losing them. The forest monks cut these threads one by one, not through force or suppression, but through patient investigation. They learn to hold everything lightly, including their own spiritual attainments. There's a famous story about Ajahn Chah that illustrates this perfectly. A visitor once asked him about his most precious possession. Ajahn Chah picked up his water glass and said, "I love this glass. It holds water perfectly, catches the light beautifully. But I know that one day the wind will knock it over, or someone will drop it, and it will break. So I consider it already broken. This way, I can enjoy it fully right now without anxiety about losing it." This is the essence of forest wisdom. Seeing clearly that everything is impermanent allows you to love without clinging, to enjoy without grasping, to participate fully in life while holding it all lightly. When you truly understand that loss is inevitable, you stop wasting energy trying to prevent it. Instead, you pour that energy into appreciating what's here now. The forest monks often speak about the relief that comes with this understanding. The exhausting project of trying to make permanent what is naturally temporary finally ends. You can rest in the natural flow of arising and passing away. The ultimate test of forest wisdom isn't how peaceful you can become in isolation. It's how much freedom you can maintain when you return to ordinary life. Many forest monks eventually leave the deep wilderness to teach in monasteries or even in cities. They bring their training into environments filled with the very attachments and securities they learn to release. This return is crucial because it demonstrates that forest wisdom isn't about escaping the world. It's about engaging with the world from a place of inner freedom. You don't need to become a wandering monk to apply these teachings. You can practice having nothing to lose right where you are. Start by examining your attachments honestly. What are you afraid of losing? What securities are you clinging to that might actually be limiting your freedom? Where are you choosing safety over aliveness, control over trust? Begin with small experiments in letting go. Skip a meal and notice that hunger isn't an emergency. Leave your phone at home for a day and discover that constant connection isn't necessary. Sleep on the floor occasionally and remember that comfort is a luxury, not a requirement. These aren't deprivations but liberations. Each attachment you release makes you lighter, more flexible, more present. The forest monks discovered that the freedom of having nothing to lose isn't really about having nothing. It's about losing the fear that drives the need to have everything. When that fear dissolves, you find yourself naturally generous, naturally peaceful, naturally content. Not because you've acquired these qualities, but because you've stopped doing the things that obscure them. This is the deepest teaching of the forest tradition. True security comes not from building walls against uncertainty, but from developing the inner resources to dance with whatever comes. True wealth comes not from accumulating possessions, but from discovering the abundance that's already here. True freedom comes not from controlling circumstances, but from releasing the need for control. In the end, having nothing to lose means having everything to give. And in that giving, you find the peace that no external security could ever provide. The most profound teaching about meditation isn't found in complex techniques or spiritual gymnastics. It's discovered in the simple recognition that your mind already knows how to be at peace. Like a muddy pond that clears when you stop stirring it, awareness naturally settles when you stop trying to control it. This is the essence of insight meditation, or vipassana, which means seeing clearly. But what exactly are you seeing clearly? You're seeing that the very awareness observing your restless thoughts is already perfectly still. You're seeing that peace isn't something you create, but something you uncover. You're seeing that the mind's natural state is like space itself, vast and untroubled by whatever appears within it. Most people approach meditation like they're trying to perform surgery on their own consciousness. They sit down with a mental toolkit, ready to fix, adjust, and improve their inner experience. But this approach is like trying to calm water by smoothing it with your hand. The more effort you apply, the more disturbance you create. Insight meditation takes the opposite approach entirely. Instead of doing something to your mind, you learn to be with whatever your mind is already doing. Instead of forcing stillness, you discover the stillness that's already present beneath the mental activity. Instead of fighting thoughts, you learn to rest in the awareness that effortlessly knows thoughts are happening. When you first sit for insight meditation, your mind might feel like a zoo at feeding time. Thoughts racing, emotions churning, the body fidgeting with restless energy. The untrained response is to see this chaos as a problem that needs solving. But insight meditation reveals something revolutionary. This apparent chaos is actually your mind beginning to show you its contents. For years, you've been so busy reacting to thoughts that you've never simply observed them. Now, in the stillness of sitting, the mind finally has space to reveal what's been happening all along. Those racing thoughts, they've been there constantly, but you've been too distracted to notice them. Those churning emotions, they've been the background soundtrack of your daily life. The restless energy, it's been driving your actions and decisions without your conscious awareness. So when this inner activity becomes obvious during meditation, it's not a sign that something's wrong. It's a sign that something's finally going right. You're developing the capacity to witness your inner life instead of being unconsciously driven by it. This witnessing awareness is like learning to watch clouds pass through the sky. You don't try to stop the clouds or change their shapes. You simply rest in the vast space that remains unaffected by whatever weather patterns move through it. Your thoughts and emotions are like those clouds, temporary formations appearing and dissolving in the space of awareness. The space itself, your fundamental awareness, remains untouched by whatever appears within it. Here's what happens when you truly allow your mind to be exactly as it is during meditation. At first, there might be an explosion of mental activity, like shaking a snow globe and watching all the particles swirl around. But if you resist the urge to control this activity, something remarkable begins to occur. The mind starts to settle on its own, just like those particles in the snow globe, gradually finding their natural resting place. This settling isn't something you do. It's something that happens when you stop interfering with the mind's natural tendency toward balance. You might notice thoughts becoming less urgent, emotions feeling less overwhelming, the body finding its own comfortable stillness. This is your nervous system downshifting from its habitual state of vigilant activity into its natural state of alert relaxation. But the real insight comes when you recognize what's been present throughout this entire process. Whether your mind was agitated or settled, whether thoughts were racing or absent, there was always something that remained constant. The awareness that new agitation was happening. The awareness that recognized when settling began. The awareness that's reading these words right now and understanding their meaning. This awareness is what the Buddha called your Buddha nature, your inherent capacity for awakened presence. It's not something you develop through meditation, it's something you discover was always already here. Meditation simply removes the obstacles that were preventing you from recognizing this ever-present awareness. One of the most liberating discoveries in insight meditation is that you don't need to understand everything that arises in your mind. In fact, the attempt to analyze and figure out every thought and emotion often keeps you trapped in mental activity. Instead, you learn to rest in what Zen masters call don't know mind, a state of open, curious presence that doesn't need to categorize or solve every experience. When a difficult emotion arises during meditation, instead of immediately trying to understand why it's there or how to make it go away, you can simply acknowledge its presence. Hello sadness, hello anger, hello fear. This simple acknowledgement, without judgment or the need to fix anything, often allows the emotion to move through your system naturally. You discover that emotions are like weather patterns. They have their own natural cycles of arising, intensifying, and dissolving. When you stop interfering with these cycles, they complete themselves much more quickly and efficiently. The same principle applies to thoughts. Instead of getting caught up in the content of every mental story, you can learn to recognize thinking itself as just another activity happening in awareness. Thinking becomes like hearing birds singing outside your window, something you notice without needing to control or engage with. This creates tremendous space in your inner life. Instead of being the star of every mental drama, you become the peaceful witness of whatever shows up in consciousness. The deepest purpose of insight meditation isn't to have peaceful sitting sessions. It's to recognize that the awareness you touch during formal practice is available in every moment of your life. When you're stuck in traffic and frustration arises, you can remember the spacious awareness that holds all emotions without being disturbed by them. When you're in a difficult conversation and reactivity starts building, you can access the stillness that remains present even in the midst of interpersonal challenges. When you're facing uncertainty about the future and anxiety spirals begin, you can rest in the awareness that's always been your refuge from mental suffering. This is how insight meditation transforms daily life, not by making you immune to difficult experiences, but by giving you access to the unshakable peace that's always been your deepest nature. You realize that no external circumstance can disturb the fundamental stillness of awareness itself. Problems may arise, emotions may flow, thoughts may race, but the space in which all of this happens remains forever at peace. In this recognition, you find the end of your search for something outside yourself to provide lasting happiness. You discover that what you've been seeking has been the very awareness through which you've been seeking. The peace you've been trying to achieve is the peace you've always been. In the vast tapestry of existence, nothing stands alone. Every breath you take connects you to the trees that created the oxygen filling your lungs. The water flowing through your body has traveled through countless other beings across millions of years. The thoughts arising in your mind echo the thoughts of humanity throughout history. You are not a separate island of consciousness, floating in an empty sea. You are a unique expression of the one consciousness that animates all life. This understanding of interconnection, known in Buddhism as Indra's net, reveals the profound truth that your individual awakening serves the awakening of all beings. When you find peace within yourself, you add peace to the collective consciousness of humanity. When you transform fear into love, you make that transformation easier for everyone who will face similar challenges. Your personal healing ripples outward in ways you cannot imagine, touching lives you will never meet. Ancient Buddhist texts describe Indra's net as an infinite web of jewels, each reflecting all the others. At every intersection of the web sits a perfect jewel, and in each jewel you can see the reflection of every other jewel in the entire network. Change one jewel, and the reflection in all the others changes instantly. This is not merely poetry, but a precise description of how consciousness actually works. Your individual awareness is one jewel in this infinite net. Every experience you have, every moment of growth or understanding, creates ripples that affect the entire web. The anxiety you feel is not yours alone, but part of the shared human experience of uncertainty and fear. The love you discover is not private property, but an expression of the love that flows through all existence. When you learn to meet your anxiety with compassion, rather than resistance, you make it easier for others to do the same. When you discover that your true nature is peaceful awareness, you strengthen that recognition in the collective field of consciousness. This interconnection explains why certain people appear in your life exactly when you need them most. The web brings together the precise combinations of beings required for mutual learning and growth. That challenging relationship that pushes all your buttons is not punishment, but medicine. The web has arranged this encounter because you each carry something the other needs for their evolution. Sometimes the gift is learning to maintain your center in the presence of chaos. Sometimes it is discovering your capacity for unconditional love. Sometimes it is recognizing patterns that need healing. The web operates with perfect intelligence, creating opportunities for awakening in every moment. Understanding your place in Indra's net transforms how you view your spiritual journey. You are not struggling alone against impossible odds, but participating in humanity's collective movement toward greater consciousness. Every moment of genuine practice you engage in adds to the momentum of this awakening. Every time you choose love over fear, you strengthen love in the morphic field that connects all beings. Your willingness to face your own shadows with honesty and compassion makes it easier for others to face theirs. The peace you cultivate in meditation becomes available to anyone ready to receive it. This is why working on yourself is never selfish, but the most generous gift you can offer. When you heal your own patterns of suffering, you help heal those patterns for everyone. The Buddha understood this perfectly when he spoke of the Bodhisattva vow, the commitment to awaken not just for personal liberation, but for the benefit of all sentient beings. This is not a burden, but a recognition of what is already true. Your awakening and the awakening of all beings are not separate processes, but one movement of consciousness recognizing itself. The joy you feel when helping others arises because at the deepest level you are helping yourself. Not in a selfish way, but because the boundaries between self and other are constructions of the thinking mind. In the web of interconnection, service to others is service to your own deepest nature. Acts of kindness nourish the giver as much as the receiver because they express the fundamental unity underlying apparent separation. This understanding brings tremendous relief to the spiritual path. You do not need to achieve some impossible state of perfection before you can be of benefit to others. Your sincere effort to wake up, however imperfect, contributes to the awakening of the whole. The web amplifies every genuine moment of practice, every sincere intention to grow, every act of courage in facing what needs to be healed. When you truly understand interconnection, compassion arises naturally. How can you hate what you are intimately connected to? How can you harm what you are part of? This does not mean losing your individuality or becoming absorbed into some cosmic soup. You remain beautifully unique, like a snowflake that is absolutely individual yet inseparable from the storm that created it. Your particular perspective, your specific gifts, your unique way of seeing all contribute something irreplaceable to the whole. Think of a symphony orchestra where each instrument plays its own distinct part. The violin does not try to sound like the trumpet, yet when all instruments play together, something emerges that is greater than any single sound. Your life works the same way. You are playing your own irreplaceable part in the vast symphony of existence. Sometimes your melody is joyful, sometimes sorrowful. Sometimes you play a supporting harmony, sometimes a leading theme. All of it matters because all of it contributes to the music that only this particular moment in history can create. This perspective transforms how you relate to difficulties. That relationship challenge you are facing is not just about you and another person, but part of humanity's ongoing learning about love and communication. Your willingness to approach conflict with wisdom rather than reactivity adds to the collective wisdom about relationships. The same applies to every area of your life, your work, your health challenges, your spiritual growth. None of it happens in isolation. Your choices send ripples through the web in ways you cannot track. That moment of patience you chose instead of anger might prevent someone else from having a terrible day. That act of kindness offered to a stranger might restore their faith in humanity exactly when they needed it most. This interconnection also explains why certain teachings or insights come to you precisely when you are ready to receive them. Information that would have been meaningless years ago suddenly feels profound. Books find their way to you just when you need their message. Teachers appear in your life as you become ready for the next level of understanding. This is not coincidence, but the intelligence of the web responding to your readiness to grow. In recognizing yourself as part of Indra's infinite net, you discover that your deepest desire for truth and freedom is the universe desiring to know itself more fully through your particular perspective. The support you feel on the spiritual path is the web recognizing itself in your sincere seeking. You are both the seeker and the sought, the student and the teaching, the wave and the ocean. In this recognition, the journey home to your true nature becomes a celebration of the magnificent web of existence of which you have always been an inseparable part. The Buddha called it pratisha samuttada, dependent origination. It's perhaps the most profound insight he ever shared, and it explains everything that's ever happened to you. Why certain people came into your life when they did. Why specific challenges appeared at exactly the right moment for your growth. Why your spiritual path has unfolded in its unique way, with its particular timing and lessons. This law states that nothing exists independently. Everything arises in dependence upon everything else. Nothing has its own separate, permanent essence. Everything is interconnected, interdependent, constantly arising and passing away based on causes and conditions. Think of a wave on the ocean. The wave appears to be a separate thing, but it's actually just a temporary formation of water, wind, and gravitational forces. It has no existence apart from these conditions. When the conditions change, the wave changes. When the conditions cease, the wave returns to the ocean. Your experiences work exactly the same way. That anxiety you're feeling didn't appear from nowhere. It arose from specific causes and conditions. Maybe it came from a thought about the future, combined with a memory of past disappointment, influenced by the coffee you had this morning and the stress hormones in your system. Each element contributed to the arising of this particular experience of anxiety. This understanding is incredibly liberating. That voice that says you should be further along, that you've made too many mistakes, that you're behind schedule, it's based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how life actually works. There is no predetermined timeline you should be following. There is no cosmic standard you're failing to meet. There is only the natural unfolding of causes and conditions. Consider how a flower blooms. It doesn't struggle to become beautiful. It doesn't judge itself for not blooming faster than the flower in the next garden. It simply responds to the conditions present: sunlight, water, soil quality, temperature, seasonal timing. When the conditions are right, blooming happens naturally and effortlessly. When they're not right, the flower waits without anxiety, without self-criticism, without the story that something is wrong. Your spiritual growth follows exactly the same principle. You're not behind schedule. You're not making mistakes. You're exactly where the conditions have brought you. Every experience you've had, every choice you've made, every person you've encountered has contributed to this present moment. Nothing has been wasted. Nothing has been a mistake in the ultimate sense. The Buddha expressed this truth in a simple formula that describes the entire universe. When this exists, that comes to be. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. When this ceases, that ceases. This elegant description reveals how everything depends on everything else. Your current confusion about your life's direction didn't arise randomly. It arose from specific conditions. Maybe it came from outgrowing old goals that no longer inspire you. Maybe it emerged from comparing yourself to others who seem to have their lives figured out. Maybe it developed from sensing that there's something more meaningful available than what you've been pursuing. These conditions created the experience of feeling lost or uncertain about your direction. But here's the beautiful truth about dependent origination. Since experiences arise from conditions, they also change when conditions change. This is where dependent origination becomes incredibly practical for your daily life. If you understand what creates your suffering, you can work skillfully with those conditions. If you understand what creates your peace and clarity, you can cultivate those conditions more intentionally. For example, if you notice that checking social media first thing in the morning creates a sense of inadequacy and scattered attention, you can change that condition. If you observe that spending quiet time in nature brings you back to yourself and creates inner peace, you can create more opportunities for that condition. You're not fighting against your nature or trying to force yourself to be different. You're working intelligently with the natural laws that govern how experiences arise. This approach removes the struggle and self-judgment from spiritual practice. Instead of thinking there's something wrong with you that needs to be fixed, you begin to see that you're working with a sophisticated system of cause and effect. The 12-link chain of dependent origination shows exactly how suffering develops, step by step. It begins with ignorance, not seeing reality clearly. This fundamental misunderstanding creates mental formations, habitual patterns of thinking and reacting that operate mostly below conscious awareness. These formations shape consciousness, which influences how you perceive and interpret every experience. This perception affects your contact with the world, determining what you notice and what you ignore. Contact gives rise to feeling, the immediate sense of pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral that colors every moment. Feeling leads to craving, the automatic reaching toward what's pleasant and pushing away what's unpleasant. Craving creates clinging, the attempt to make permanent what is naturally impermanent. Clinging leads to becoming, the creation of identity and story around these experiences. Becoming results in birth, the manifestation of new cycles of experience. And birth inevitably leads to aging and death, the dissolution of whatever was created. This cycle continues endlessly until the root ignorance is addressed through understanding the true nature of reality. But here's what makes this teaching so hopeful. Every link in this chain is workable. You can intervene at any point in the process. When you notice ignorance arising, you can bring awareness to what's actually happening, rather than getting lost in stories about what's happening. When you catch mental formations operating, you can pause and choose a more skillful response. When you observe craving in action, you can neither indulge it nor fight it. but simply notice it with compassionate awareness. Each moment of recognition weakens the automatic chain and creates space for wisdom to operate. The law of dependent origination reveals that you're not a victim of random circumstances. You're participating in a precise, lawful process that responds intelligently to understanding and skillful action. This removes both blame and credit from the equation. You're not to blame for your conditioning, and you don't get credit for your insights. Both are simply the natural result of causes and conditions coming together in this moment. This understanding brings tremendous peace to the spiritual journey. You can stop trying to force awakening and start working skillfully with the conditions that support awakening. You can trust that your sincere practice, combined with life's natural teaching, will unfold exactly as it needs to unfold. The law that governs the arising of all experience is working perfectly in your life right now, creating exactly the conditions you need for your next step in understanding. There's an ancient Buddhist story about children playing happily in a house that has caught fire. They're so absorbed in their games that they don't notice the flames spreading around them. A wise elder sees the danger and calls to them, but they're too distracted by their toys to listen. Finally, he promises them even better toys outside, and they rush out just as the roof collapses. This parable speaks directly to something happening in your life right now. The structures you've built for security, the patterns you rely on for comfort, the strategies you use to avoid uncertainty may actually be creating the very suffering you're trying to escape. But like the children in the story, you might be so absorbed in maintaining these familiar patterns that you don't notice they're no longer serving you. The burning house represents any life structure that once provided genuine shelter but has become a source of confinement or danger. This could be a career that once excited you but now drains your energy, a relationship that once brought joy but now feels restrictive or harmful, a way of thinking about yourself that once protected you but now limits your growth. Even spiritual practices can become burning houses when they turn from tools of liberation into rigid systems of control. The tricky thing about burning houses is that they often look fine from the inside. You've invested so much time and energy in building them that admitting they're no longer working feels like admitting failure. There's a psychological term called the sunk cost fallacy, the tendency to continue investing in something simply because you've already invested so much. But wisdom recognizes that the cost of staying in a burning house is always greater than the cost of leaving. Consider your relationship with your own thoughts and emotions. You may have spent years building elaborate systems to manage your inner experience. Rules about which thoughts are acceptable and which aren't. Strategies for avoiding certain feelings. Methods for maintaining a particular self-image. These systems might have served you once, providing structure during chaotic times. But if they're now causing more stress than they prevent, they've become burning houses. The anxiety you feel when trying to control your thoughts is the smoke that signals the fire. The exhaustion from constantly managing your emotions is the heat that warns of danger. The sense of being trapped in patterns you can't break is the sound of walls beginning to crack. Recognizing a burning house requires honest self-examination. What areas of your life feel heavy rather than flowing? Where are you expending enormous energy just to maintain the status quo? Which relationships or situations leave you feeling drained rather than nourished? What beliefs about yourself or the world create more suffering than understanding? Sometimes the burning house is your entire approach to spiritual practice. Maybe you've turned meditation into another form of self-improvement project. Maybe you've made enlightenment into a goal you're desperately trying to achieve. Maybe you've created a spiritual identity that requires constant maintenance. The Buddha himself warned against this trap. He called it spiritual materialism. the tendency to use spiritual concepts and practices to strengthen the very ego they're meant to dissolve. When spirituality becomes another way to feel special or superior or in control, it's become a burning house. The sign is that your practice creates more anxiety and self-judgment rather than more peace and acceptance. One of the most common burning houses in modern life is the belief that you need to have everything figured out. This creates enormous pressure to know what you want, where you're going, and how you're going to get there. But life is inherently uncertain. Trying to eliminate uncertainty is like trying to stop the ocean from having waves. The effort itself creates the turbulence you're trying to avoid. True security comes not from controlling the future, but from developing confidence in your ability to respond wisely to whatever arises. This requires letting go of the burning house of false certainty and learning to trust the unknown. Another burning house is the belief that your worth depends on external achievements or approval. This creates a life of constant performance, where you're always trying to prove yourself worthy of love and respect. But worth that depends on achievement is always fragile. It requires constant maintenance and is always threatened by failure or criticism. True worth is inherent. It doesn't need to be earned or proven. It exists simply because you exist. Recognizing this allows you to engage with achievements and relationships from joy rather than desperation. The burning house of perfectionism is particularly destructive because it makes every mistake evidence of fundamental inadequacy. This creates paralysis because the fear of imperfection prevents you from taking the risks necessary for growth. But mistakes aren't failures, they're information. They show you where your understanding is incomplete and point toward what needs attention. A life without mistakes is a life without learning. Sometimes the burning house is your relationship with time itself. The belief that you're running out of time, that you should be further along, that you're behind some invisible schedule. This creates chronic urgency that makes it impossible to enjoy the present moment. But spiritual development doesn't follow human timelines. It unfolds according to its own rhythm, which is always perfect, even when it doesn't match your preferences. Rushing spiritual growth is like trying to force a flower to bloom by pulling on its petals. The force destroys what you're trying to cultivate. Leaving a burning house requires courage because it means stepping into uncertainty. The children in the story had to leave their familiar toys to discover something better. You may need to leave familiar patterns of thinking and behaving to discover who you really are beneath all the strategies and defenses. This doesn't mean recklessly abandoning everything in your life. It means developing the wisdom to distinguish between what truly serves you and what merely feels familiar. Sometimes what feels scary is actually safer than what feels comfortable. The process of recognizing and leaving burning houses is itself a spiritual practice. It requires the honesty to see clearly, the courage to act on what you see, and the faith that something better is possible. Most importantly, it requires trusting that you don't need to have the perfect exit strategy before you leave. Sometimes you simply need to step outside and trust that clarity will come once you're no longer breathing smoke. The beautiful truth is that once you leave a burning house, you often wonder why you stayed so long. What seemed impossible to abandon becomes obviously unnecessary. What felt like security reveals itself as imprisonment. And what appeared to be lost becomes the greatest gift you could have given yourself. The ancient teachers knew something profound about human nature. We have an extraordinary ability to create elaborate structures that feel like safety, but actually become sources of suffering. They told a story about this tendency that cuts straight to the heart of why so many people feel trapped in lives that look successful from the outside, but feel hollow within. It's the parable of the burning house, and once you understand it, you'll never look at your own attachments the same way again. In the Lotus Sutra, there's a story about a wealthy man who returns home to discover his magnificent house engulfed in flames. Inside, his children are completely absorbed in their games, playing with toys so captivating they don't notice the smoke filling the rooms or the heat growing more intense by the moment. When their father calls urgently from outside, warning them of the danger, they barely look up. The toys are too fascinating, the games too engaging. They've become so invested in their play that they can't perceive the very real threat surrounding them. The father realizes that direct warnings won't work. His children are too entranced by what they're doing to respond to fear. So he uses what the Buddha called skillful means. He tells them there are even more wonderful toys waiting outside, more beautiful and exciting than anything they've ever imagined. Only then do the children drop what they're holding and run to safety. Once outside, breathing clear air and feeling solid ground beneath their feet, they look back at the house they thought was their whole world. Now they can see the flames they were blind to moments before. Now they understand why their father was so desperate to get them out. The Buddha told this story because he recognized that every human being lives in some version of a burning house. What makes this teaching so powerful is how precisely it describes the human condition. We build our sense of security around things that are inherently insecure, then wonder why we feel anxious and trapped. We become so invested in maintaining these structures that we can't see how they're actually limiting our freedom and peace. Your burning house might be the belief that external success will finally make you feel worthy and complete. You've been working toward that promotion, that income level, that recognition from others. But even when you achieve these milestones, the satisfaction fades quickly, leaving you reaching for the next achievement. The house of external validation is always burning because it depends entirely on conditions beyond your control. Other people's opinions, market fluctuations, company politics. These are the flames that make this house ultimately uninhabitable. Perhaps your burning house is the idea that finding the perfect relationship will solve your inner loneliness and give your life meaning. You've been searching for someone who will love you enough to fill the emptiness inside, who will understand you completely and never disappoint you. But no other person can give you the love and acceptance you're not giving yourself. The house of romantic salvation burns because it's built on the impossible expectation that another human being should complete you. Maybe your burning house is the belief that if you just organize your life perfectly, plan carefully enough, and control enough variables, you'll finally feel secure and at peace. You spend enormous energy trying to anticipate every possible problem and create systems to prevent uncertainty. But the tighter you try to control circumstances, the more anxious you become about the things you can't control. The house of perfect control burns because life is fundamentally unpredictable and uncontrollable. Your burning house could be your professional identity. For years you've been the successful one, the responsible one, the expert in your field. This role has given you status and recognition, but now it feels like a prison. You're exhausted from maintaining an image that no longer reflects who you're becoming. The house of fixed identity burns because human beings are meant to keep growing and changing throughout their lives. Sometimes the burning house is spiritual materialism, the belief that accumulating teachings and insights will make you special or enlightened. You've been collecting practices, studying texts, building a spiritual identity that feels more sophisticated than ordinary life. But now all that knowledge feels heavy and complicated rather than liberating. The house of spiritual achievement burns because awakening isn't something you can possess or display. The fire that burns through all these houses is always the same. It's the fire of impermanence, the natural law that everything conditioned is constantly changing. Everything you're trying to make permanent is naturally temporary. Everything you're trying to control is essentially beyond your control. Everything you're using to define yourself is in constant flux. This isn't a cosmic mistake or a design flaw in reality. This is simply how things work. The Buddha's first noble truth isn't that life contains suffering. It's that trying to build permanent security from impermanent conditions inevitably leads to suffering. The children in the burning house aren't in danger because they're bad or foolish. They're in danger because they don't see clearly. They've mistaken a temporary shelter for a permanent home. They've confused their games for the totality of existence. This is exactly what happens when we build our sense of self and security around roles, achievements, relationships, or plans that are subject to change. We're not wrong to enjoy these things or to find them meaningful. The problem comes when we try to make them into something they're not, when we demand that they provide the kind of security that only comes from understanding the nature of change itself. The most beautiful part of the parable is what happens after the children leave the house. Once they're breathing clear air, standing on solid ground, they look back and wonder how they could have been so blind to the obvious danger. What seemed impossible to abandon suddenly appears obviously unnecessary. What felt like security reveals itself as imprisonment. And what appeared to be loss becomes the greatest gift they could have received. This is the experience of everyone who recognizes their burning house and finds the courage to step outside. You realize that what you thought was protecting you was actually limiting you. The job that felt so important reveals itself as just one possibility among many. The relationship you thought you couldn't live without becomes a doorway to discovering your own completeness. The plans you were so attached to make room for opportunities you never could have imagined. The identity you worked so hard to maintain dissolves into the freedom to be authentically yourself in each moment. Outside the burning house, you discover that real security doesn't come from holding on to changing conditions. It comes from learning to find your footing in the midst of change itself. It comes from trusting your ability to respond skillfully to whatever arises rather than trying to prevent anything from arising. It comes from understanding that you are not separate from the flow of life, but an integral part of it. When you stop trying to build permanent structures in an impermanent world, you discover the peace that was always available. This peace doesn't depend on your circumstances being a particular way. It emerges from aligning yourself with the way things actually are. When the Buddha spoke of the burning house, he wasn't teaching destruction for its own sake. He was teaching the art of sacred destruction. The wisdom of knowing when to let go before letting go is forced upon you. This is perhaps the most challenging teaching for modern minds because we've been trained to build, accumulate, and preserve. Our entire culture is based on the assumption that more is better, that security comes from having backup plans for our backup plans. That wisdom means controlling as many variables as possible. But the burning house reveals a different kind of wisdom. The wisdom of the farmer who burns his fields to make the soil fertile. The wisdom of the forest that allows fires to clear away dead growth so new life can emerge. The wisdom of the snake that sheds its skin, not because the old skin is evil, but because growth requires letting go of what no longer fits. Sacred destruction begins with recognition. Not the dramatic recognition that comes with crisis, but the subtle recognition that comes with honest attention. You notice that the career you once loved now drains your energy instead of feeding it. You notice that the relationship patterns you've repeated for years keep producing the same unsatisfying results. You notice that the goals you've been chasing feel hollow when you imagine achieving them. These noticings aren't failures of gratitude or signs of depression. They're wisdom signals, your deeper intelligence recognizing when structures have outlived their purpose. The practice is learning to trust these signals instead of overriding them with shoulds and supposed toes. Most people ignore these signals until they become crises. They stay in jobs that slowly kill their spirit until they're fired or have breakdowns. They remain in relationships that have become prisons until dramatic conflicts force endings. They pursue goals that no longer serve until achieving them feels like arriving at the wrong destination. But sacred destruction offers another way, the way of conscious dismantling, of choosing to let go while you still have the energy and clarity to do it skillfully. This doesn't mean becoming reckless or abandoning all responsibility. It means becoming so sensitive to the life force within you that you can feel when something is enhancing it and when something is diminishing it. When you feel the diminishment consistently over time, despite your best efforts to revitalize the situation, that's the signal that sacred destruction might be needed. The art is learning to dismantle with love rather than anger, with gratitude rather than resentment, with wisdom rather than reactivity. You thank the job for what it taught you before you leave it. You honor what was beautiful in the relationship before you end it. You appreciate the goals that serve their purpose before you release them. This transforms destruction from violence into ceremony, from loss into liberation. The burning house also teaches about strategic retreat, the military wisdom of knowing when to withdraw not out of defeat, but out of intelligence. Sometimes the most courageous action is stepping back from a battle you could win, but that would cost more than victory is worth. Sometimes the wisest choice is abandoning a path you could continue, but that leads nowhere you actually want to go. Sometimes the strongest response is letting go of something you could hold on to, but that's holding you back from your true possibilities. This kind of retreat requires a different kind of strength than the strength our culture usually celebrates. Not the strength of pushing through regardless of consequences, but the strength of changing direction when the current direction no longer serves. Not the strength of never giving up, but the strength of giving up skillfully when giving up is wisdom. Not the strength of fighting every battle, but the strength of choosing your battles based on what truly matters. The children in the burning house practiced this wisdom. They could stay and try to save their toys, could attempt to fireproof the structure, could convince themselves that the smoke isn't really that dangerous. Instead, they choose strategic retreat. They leave behind what can be replaced to preserve what cannot be replaced. They sacrifice the temporary to protect the eternal. They choose life over lifestyle, being over having, truth over comfort. What makes sacred destruction truly sacred is what it creates space for. When you clear away what no longer serves, you don't just get rid of something, you make room for something new to emerge. But this something new cannot be planned or controlled. It arises from the empty space itself, from the fertile void that appears when old structures dissolve. This is why stepping out of the burning house can feel so disorienting at first. After being surrounded by familiar walls, even walls that were trapping you, the open space feels vast and uncertain. Your mind wants to immediately start building new walls, creating new structures, filling the emptiness with familiar patterns. But the teaching is to rest in the emptiness for a while, to let yourself be uncomfortable with not knowing what comes next, to trust that the same intelligence that guided you out of what wasn't working will guide you toward what will work. This empty space is not vacant or meaningless. It's pregnant with possibility, alive with potential, vibrating with creative force. It's the space where authentic inspiration can arise, where genuine direction can emerge, where your true path can reveal itself. But it requires patience and trust. The patience to let things unfold naturally, rather than forcing premature solutions. The trust that life knows what it's doing even when you don't. the faith that the same intelligence that burns away what doesn't serve will provide what does serve when the timing is right. In this empty space, you often discover that what you thought you needed for security, you don't actually need. What you thought you couldn't live without, you can not only live without but thrive without. What you thought defined you was actually limiting you. And what you thought would destroy you actually liberated you. This discovery transforms your relationship with change from resistance to curiosity, from fear to excitement, from clinging to dancing. You begin to see that the burning house was never really your home anyway. Your true home is the awareness that can step out of any house, the consciousness that remains constant through all changes, the being that exists before and after all structures. This home cannot burn because it's not made of anything that can be destroyed. It cannot be lost because it's not separate from who you are. It cannot be threatened because it's not dependent on circumstances remaining a particular way. When you discover this true home, you can build and inhabit temporary structures without mistaking them for permanent security. You can engage fully with life's projects without forgetting their provisional nature. You can love deeply without demanding that love take a particular form forever. This is the ultimate teaching of the burning house, not that you should avoid all structures, but that you should hold all structures lightly, with the wisdom that knows when to build and when to let go, when to enter and when to exit, when to hold on and when to step into the vast, creative emptiness that is your true nature. What happens when you finally step outside the burning house? You meet what you've been most afraid to face, and you discover something remarkable about fear itself. When you're no longer hiding in false security, you encounter your deepest fears directly. But ancient masters discovered something counterintuitive about meeting what terrifies you, something that transforms fear into wisdom through the most unexpected method. 1,000 years ago, a master named Milarepa returned to his cave to find it filled with terrifying demons. Instead of fighting them, he did something that sounds insane. He invited them for tea. What happened next reveals the secret to transforming any inner storm. Milarepa had spent months in solitary retreat deep in the mountains of Tibet. When he came back to his cave after gathering supplies, he found creatures so horrifying that most people would have fled immediately. Demons with bulging eyes, sharp claws, and twisted faces filled his sacred space. They were feeding on his food, sleeping in his bed, making themselves completely at home. Milarepa's first instinct was the same as yours would be. He tried to get rid of them. He chanted mantras, visualized protective deities, used every spiritual technique he knew. But the demons only grew stronger. The more he fought them, the more solid and threatening they became. Finally, exhausted from the battle, Milarepa tried something completely different. He sat down in the middle of his cave and said, "I see you're here, and clearly you're not leaving. Since we're sharing this space, let's share it properly. Let me make us some tea." What happened next changed everything. One by one, the demons began to disappear, not because they were defeated, but because they were no longer being fed by his resistance. When Milarepa stopped fighting them, they lost their power, all except one. The largest, most terrifying demon remained. Milarepa looked at this final presence and realized something profound. This demon represented his deepest, most primal fear, the fear that had been driving his spiritual seeking from the beginning. Instead of trying one more technique to banish it, Milarepa did something even more radical. He opened his mouth and said to the demon, "If you're going to eat me, then eat me, but do it completely." In that moment of total surrender, the final demon vanished. This isn't just an ancient story. It's a precise map for working with the demons in your own life. Those inner voices that torment you, the emotions that overwhelm you, the fears that keep you awake at night, they're all demons. and fighting them only makes them stronger. What you resist persists, but what you welcome with awareness begins to soften and transform. This isn't just spiritual philosophy, it's a practical technique that you can apply immediately. Think about anxiety. When you feel that familiar tightness in your chest, your first instinct is probably to make it go away. You might distract yourself, argue with the anxious thoughts, or try to force yourself to calm down. But notice what happens. The more you fight the anxiety, the more anxious you become about being anxious. What if you tried Milarepa's approach? Instead of fighting the anxiety, what if you invited it to sit with you? I see you, anxiety. You're here, and you seem to have something to tell me. Let's sit together for a moment. What are you worried about? This doesn't mean wallowing in anxiety or letting it control your life. It means changing your relationship to it. Instead of being the victim of anxiety, you become its curious observer. Instead of being at war with your own experience, you create space for it. The Buddha understood this principle deeply. He said, "Hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone is hatred appeased. This is a law eternal. The same law applies to all difficult emotions. Depression is never healed by hating depression. Fear is never conquered by being afraid of fear. These states transform through acceptance, not resistance. But this acceptance isn't passive resignation. It's active engagement. When you invite a demon for tea, you're not giving it permission to destroy your life. You're getting to know it. You're discovering what it needs, what it's protecting, what message it carries. Often demons are misguided protectors. That voice of self-criticism might be trying to prevent you from being hurt by others' criticism. That pattern of perfectionism might be attempting to keep you safe from failure. That tendency to isolate might be protecting you from rejection. These patterns became demons when they outlived their usefulness. When you invite a demon for tea, you can have a conversation with it. Thank you for trying to protect me. I understand you're concerned about my safety, but your methods are causing more harm than help now. Can we find a different way to keep me safe? This internal dialogue isn't make-believe. It's a way of working with the different aspects of your psyche. Every emotion, every pattern, every internal voice arose for a reason. When you approach them with curiosity rather than hostility, they often reveal their positive intention. The practice of feeding demons works with all kinds of inner difficulties. That persistent sadness you've been trying to outrun. What if you sat with it and asked what it needs? That anger you've been suppressing. What if you listened to what it's trying to tell you about your boundaries? That sense of emptiness you've been trying to fill. What if you explored what it's pointing toward? This approach requires courage. It asks you to move toward what you've been moving away from. But it also brings tremendous relief. When you stop running from your inner experience, you stop being chased by it. When you face your demons directly, they lose their power to haunt you. The Buddha taught a practice called loving kindness meditation. It begins with sending love to yourself, then extends to loved ones, then to neutral people, then to difficult people, and finally to all beings. Feeding demons follows the same progression. You start by befriending your own inner difficulties. Then you can extend that same compassion to the difficulties of others. When you understand that everyone has demons, you become less judgmental. That person who triggered your anger might be struggling with their own demon of insecurity. That friend who always seems negative might be feeding a demon of despair. That colleague who's always controlling might be trying to manage a demon of powerlessness. When you see the demons behind people's behavior, you can respond with compassion instead of reactivity. This doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior or failing to set boundaries. It means understanding that hurt people and healed people heal people. The more you practice feeding your own demons, the more naturally you'll respond to others' demons with patience and wisdom. This is how personal healing becomes collective healing. This is how the inner work of facing your fears becomes a gift to the world. When you're no longer at war with yourself, you're no longer at war with others. When you can sit peacefully with your own difficult emotions, you can hold space for others' difficult emotions. When you've learned to transform your inner storms into wisdom, you become a refuge for others caught in their own storms. This is the ultimate teaching of feeding demons. Not just that you can transform your own suffering, but that in doing so, you become an instrument of transformation for all beings. The demons you learn to befriend become allies in service of awakening. The fears you learn to face become sources of courage. The darkness you learn to illuminate becomes light for others walking the same path. The Buddha discovered the middle way not through philosophical reasoning, but through painful direct experience with both extremes of human existence. As a young prince named Siddhartha, he lived surrounded by every imaginable luxury and pleasure, shielded from any contact with suffering or difficulty. When he finally encountered aging, sickness, and death, the shock was so profound that he swung completely to the opposite extreme. He left his palace, abandoned his family, and threw himself into the most severe spiritual practices of his time. For 6 years, he practiced such intense austerities that his body became skeletal, his hair fell out, and he nearly died from starvation and exhaustion. Yet neither the extreme of indulgence nor the extreme of deprivation brought him the peace and understanding he was seeking. It was only when he accepted a simple bowl of rice milk from a village girl that he discovered something revolutionary. There was a third option that he had never considered, a way of being that was neither too tight nor too loose, neither forcing nor giving up. This middle way became the foundation of all his subsequent teachings, and it holds the key to finding balance in our own lives. Most of us recognize this pendulum swing in our daily experience. We oscillate between working obsessively and then burning out completely, swinging from periods of intense productivity to phases of total collapse. We alternate between controlling everything in our environment and feeling completely helpless when things don't go according to plan. Perhaps we bounce between being overly social, saying yes to every invitation and commitment, and then retreating into complete isolation when we become overwhelmed. Or we swing between strict self-discipline, following rigid rules and routines, and total indulgence, abandoning all structure and boundaries. This exhausting pendulum between forcing solutions and feeling powerless is actually a sign that we haven't yet discovered the middle way. We're still operating under the assumption that we must choose between extremes, not realizing there's a completely different approach available. The middle way isn't a lukewarm compromise between hot and cold, or a boring balance between exciting extremes. It's a dynamic, responsive way of being that's actually more alive and engaged than either extreme. Think of a skilled surfer riding a powerful wave. They don't fight against the wave's energy, trying to dominate or control it through sheer force. But they also don't collapse under the wave's power, becoming passive or overwhelmed by its intensity. Instead, they find that dynamic balance point where they can move with the wave's energy, using its power while maintaining their own center and direction. They're neither rigid nor limp, neither forcing nor surrendering, but responsively present to each moment's requirements. This is exactly how the middle way works in daily life. Instead of fighting against life's natural rhythms or being overwhelmed by them, you learn to dance with whatever arises. You become what Buddhists call a spiritual warrior, someone who engages fully with life while remaining centered and balanced. In relationships, the middle way means neither clinging to people nor pushing them away out of fear of intimacy. You love fully and openly, without trying to possess or control the other person. You care deeply about their well-being without taking responsibility for their choices or trying to fix their problems. You remain open and vulnerable without losing your own boundaries or sense of self. This creates relationships that are both intimate and free, connected yet allowing space for each person to grow and change. In your work life, the middle way means neither burning yourself out through obsessive effort nor being lazy and disengaged. You bring your full attention and energy to whatever task is before you, but without attaching your identity or self-worth to the outcome. You work diligently and skillfully without working desperately or frantically. You care about quality and excellence without obsessing over perfection or comparing yourself to others. This allows you to be both productive and peaceful, engaged yet relaxed. In spiritual practice, the middle way means neither forcing special experiences nor being completely passive. You meditate regularly and consistently without grasping for particular states of consciousness or judging your practice. You study teachings and wisdom traditions without collecting them like trophies or using them to build a spiritual identity. You seek growth and understanding without making spirituality into another form of self-improvement project or competition. The Buddha compared finding the middle way to tuning a stringed instrument like a sitar or guitar. If you tune the strings too tightly, they will snap under the tension and produce no music at all. If you leave them too loose, they will produce only dull, lifeless sounds that lack resonance and beauty. But when you tune them to exactly the right tension, neither too tight nor too loose, they become capable of producing the most exquisite music. Your life works exactly the same way. When you find that perfect balance between effort and ease, between caring and letting go, between engagement and detachment, your life begins to sing. You discover what the ancient masters called effortless effort, action that flows naturally from your deepest understanding rather than from force or compulsion. This doesn't mean you become passive or indifferent to outcomes. Rather, you learn to act from a place of inner stillness and clarity, responding to each situation with exactly the right amount of energy and attention it requires. Sometimes the middle way requires more effort, like when you need to establish healthy boundaries or work through a difficult challenge. Sometimes it requires more letting go, like when you're trying too hard to control something beyond your influence. The key is developing the sensitivity to know which response each moment calls for. This sensitivity comes through practice, through repeatedly catching yourself when you swing toward either extreme and gently returning to center. Over time, you develop an inner compass that naturally guides you toward balance, like a gyroscope that automatically adjusts to maintain equilibrium. The middle way ultimately reveals that peace isn't found by avoiding life's challenges or by conquering them through force. Peace emerges when you learn to meet each experience with the appropriate response, neither too much nor too little, but exactly what the situation requires. This is the art of living wisely, and it transforms every aspect of your existence into an expression of balance and grace. The Buddha's teaching of the middle way emerged from his own journey through extremes. Before his awakening, he spent years as a pampered prince, indulging every desire and avoiding all discomfort. Then he swung to the opposite extreme, practicing such severe austerities that he nearly starved himself to death. It was only when he found the path between these extremes that enlightenment became possible. This wasn't just a personal discovery, but a universal principle that applies to every aspect of human existence. Think of a violin string, which the Buddha often used as a metaphor for this teaching. If the string is too loose, it produces no music at all, just a dull thud when plucked. If it's too tight, it snaps under the pressure and becomes useless. But when tuned to exactly the right tension, it creates beautiful music that can move hearts and touch souls. Your life works the same way, requiring constant fine tuning to find the perfect balance between effort and ease. When you're too tight, trying to control everything, pushing too hard, demanding immediate results from yourself and others, you break under the strain. The mind becomes rigid, relationships suffer, and even your successes feel hollow because they come at such a high cost. When you're too loose, giving up at the first sign of difficulty, avoiding responsibility, drifting without direction or purpose, nothing meaningful happens. Life becomes a series of missed opportunities and unfulfilled potential, leaving you feeling empty and directionless. But when you find the right tension, life becomes harmonious, like a well-tuned instrument capable of producing the most exquisite melodies. This balance isn't static, like a photograph frozen in time. Like a tightrope walker crossing a canyon, you're constantly making micro-adjustments, sensing the subtle shifts in your inner landscape and responding accordingly. Sometimes you lean a little toward effort when action is needed, sometimes toward ease when rest is required. The middle way is responsive and alive, always adapting to current conditions rather than following rigid rules or formulas. One of the most common extremes people fall into on the spiritual path is what psychologists call spiritual bypassing. This is when you use spiritual concepts as a way to avoid dealing with practical reality and the messy complexities of human existence. You might tell yourself that your financial problems aren't real because everything is impermanent anyway. Or you might avoid taking necessary action in relationships because you're supposedly surrendering to the universe's plan. You use meditation as an escape from life rather than a way to engage with it more skillfully. This represents the extreme of being too loose, using spirituality as a form of sophisticated avoidance. The opposite extreme is spiritual materialism, a concept introduced by the Tibetan teacher Chogyam Trungpa. This is when you turn spirituality into another achievement project, another way to build and maintain your ego identity. You accumulate meditation hours like trophies, collect insights like badges, and compare your spiritual progress to others. You're trying so hard to become enlightened, to reach some imagined finish line, that you miss the peace that's already present in this very moment. This represents being too tight, turning the pathless path into another form of striving and competition. The middle way navigates skillfully between these extremes, like a river finding its natural course between the banks. You take your problems seriously enough to address them with wisdom and appropriate action, but lightly enough not to be overwhelmed or consumed by them. You practice diligently and consistently without making it another form of desperate seeking or self-improvement violence. You honor your full human experience while simultaneously recognizing its ultimate empty and fluid nature. In emotional life, the middle way means feeling everything without being controlled by anything that arises. When sadness comes knocking at the door of your heart, you don't suppress it with forced positivity or wallow in it with dramatic self-pity. You feel it fully while maintaining the perspective that emotions are weather patterns in the sky of awareness, temporary and ever changing. When joy bubbles up from the depths of your being, you don't grasp it desperately or dismiss it as superficial. You appreciate its presence without making your fundamental happiness dependent on its continuation. This emotional balance requires what Buddhists call equanimity, one of the most sophisticated qualities of awakened consciousness. Equanimity isn't indifference or emotional numbness, which would be another form of spiritual bypassing. Rather, it's a quality of presence that can hold all experiences with equal grace, like space itself, which accommodates everything without being disturbed by anything. You can be deeply moved by life's beauty and tragedy without being destabilized or thrown off balance by the intensity. You can care intensely about outcomes while remaining unattached to them, engaging fully while holding everything lightly. The Buddha expressed this principle when he said to avoid the two extremes of sensual indulgence and self-mortification. But he wasn't just talking about pleasure and pain in the obvious sense. He was pointing to a universal principle that applies to every dimension of human experience. Every area of life has its extremes that create suffering when we get stuck in them. Too much thinking creates mental overwhelm, while too little reflection leads to unconscious living. Too much planning creates anxiety about the future, while too much spontaneity creates chaos and missed opportunities. Too much solitude leads to isolation and disconnection, while too much socializing depletes your inner resources. Too much confidence becomes arrogance and blindness, while too much self-doubt paralyzes action and growth. The middle way helps you find dynamic balance in all these areas, like a skilled surfer reading the waves and adjusting their stance moment by moment. Finding this balance isn't about following external rules or rigid formulas that someone else has created. It's about developing your own inner wisdom, the capacity to sense when you're leaning too far in one direction and need to adjust your course. This wisdom often comes through trial and error, through the school of experience, rather than theoretical understanding. You push too hard in your work and burn out, so you learn the art of sustainable pacing. You avoid conflict to keep the peace and create bigger problems through your silence. So you learn to address issues directly with skillful communication. You try to control too much and create stress for yourself and others. So you learn the grace of letting go and trusting life's natural intelligence. Each extreme becomes a teacher, showing you where balance lies through the feedback of consequences. The middle way also transforms how you relate to goals and ambitions, those dreams that give direction to your life. You can still have powerful visions and work toward them with dedication, but you hold them lightly, ready to adjust when circumstances change or new information emerges. You find satisfaction in the process itself, rather than banking everything on specific outcomes that may or may not materialize. You stay motivated and engaged without becoming desperate or attached to results. This approach brings tremendous relief to the achievement-oriented mind that has been conditioned to measure worth through external accomplishments. You can care deeply about success without being devastated by apparent failures. You can work hard and diligently without working anxiously or frantically. You can have high standards without falling into the trap of perfectionism that paralyzes action. The pressure lifts because you're no longer trying to control what fundamentally cannot be controlled. The middle way reveals something profound about the nature of the self you've been trying to balance. The more you practice this way of being, the more you notice something interesting happening beneath the surface of your experience. The you that's finding balance isn't as fixed or solid as you once believed. You begin to sense that identity itself is more fluid than you thought, like trying to grasp water with your hands. What if the you that swings between extremes isn't as solid as you think? What if the self you're trying to fix is more like a river than a rock, constantly flowing and changing from moment to moment? This discovery changes everything about how you relate to your own experience. Ancient masters discovered something remarkable about the nature of selfhood through thousands of years of careful observation. It doesn't exist the way we think it does. They realized with growing wonder, what we call me is actually more like weather patterns in the sky, constantly changing, flowing, empty of any fixed essence that remains the same. And this discovery is incredibly liberating once you understand its implications. For most of your life, you've probably assumed that there's a solid, continuous you that experiences everything that happens. A fixed self that has thoughts, feels emotions, makes decisions, and maintains a consistent identity through time. This self seems so obvious, so undeniably present in every moment of your waking experience. After all, you wake up each morning feeling like the same person who went to sleep the night before. You have memories that seem to belong to you, a continuous thread of experience stretching back through years. You have a name that people call you, a personality that others recognize, a personal history that feels uniquely yours. But the Buddha discovered something extraordinary through careful, sustained observation of his own mind and experience. When you look closely for this solid self, when you really search for it with honest attention, you can't actually find it anywhere. What you find instead is a flowing stream of experiences, like a river that never contains the same water twice. Thoughts arising and passing away like clouds in an empty sky, sensations appearing and dissolving like waves on the ocean, emotions emerging and fading like weather patterns, perceptions shifting and changing like shadows moving across the ground. All of it in constant motion, never static, never permanent, always flowing into something new. The Buddha called this profound insight anatta, literally meaning not self or not self. Not because you don't exist, but because you don't exist in the way you think you do. You're not a thing that can be grasped or defined or pinned down. You're a process, a flowing pattern of experiences that creates the appearance of solidity, but has no fixed core. Think about a whirlpool in a fast-moving river, spinning and churning in what appears to be a consistent, recognizable form. From a distance, it looks like a solid, distinct object with clear boundaries and a definite shape. But look closer, and you see it's just water moving in a particular pattern, following the laws of physics and the contours of the riverbed. The whirlpool has no substance apart from the flowing water that creates it moment by moment. Remove the water and there's no whirlpool to be found anywhere. Change the conditions, alter the flow or the depth, and the whirlpool changes shape or disappears entirely. Your sense of self works exactly the same way, following the same principles of impermanence and interdependence. It's a pattern of experiences flowing together in a way that creates the appearance of someone being there. Thoughts, sensations, perceptions, memories, emotions, all swirling together like currents in a stream. But there's no fixed essence underneath it all, no permanent core that remains unchanged through all the flowing experiences. No solid self that owns the thoughts, or feels the emotions or makes the decisions. Just the flowing itself, appearing as the experience of being someone. This might sound frightening at first, like losing something precious and fundamental about yourself. If there's no solid self, who are you really? And what happens to your identity, your personality, your sense of being someone who matters? But this discovery is actually the most liberating insight possible, freeing you from an impossible task you've been struggling with your entire life. All that energy you've spent trying to maintain a consistent self-image, defending your identity, proving your worth. All that pressure to be someone special, someone successful, someone who never fails or looks foolish. It's all based on a fundamental misunderstanding about what you actually are. You've been trying to polish a rainbow, to improve a cloud, to perfect a wave that's constantly changing. Consider how exhausting it can be to maintain a consistent personality day after day, year after year. You have to remember how you're supposed to act in different situations, what you're supposed to like and dislike. You edit your responses to match your self-image, suppressing parts of yourself that don't fit the character you think you should play. You defend your opinions as if they define your worth, resist changing your mind as if flexibility means weakness. But what if there's no fixed character to maintain, no rigid identity that needs constant protection and reinforcement? What if you could respond freshly to each situation without being constrained by who you think you are supposed to be? What if you could change, grow, and evolve without feeling like you're betraying your true self or being inconsistent? The Buddha described this liberation in his teaching of the 3 marks of existence. All conditioned existence is impermanent, constantly changing and flowing. All conditioned existence involves suffering when we try to make the impermanent permanent. All phenomena are without the kind of solid, separate self we imagine them to have. This isn't a depressing philosophy meant to diminish human experience. It's a precise description of how freedom becomes possible when you stop fighting against the way things actually are. When you see through the illusion of a fixed self, several beautiful transformations naturally unfold in your daily experience. First, you stop taking everything so personally, as if each experience was an attack on or validation of your core being. When someone criticizes you, you don't immediately feel attacked at the deepest level of your existence. The criticism might be about something you did or said, but it doesn't threaten your fundamental worth as a person. There's no solid self to be damaged by words or circumstances. Second, you become remarkably more flexible and adaptable to changing conditions. Without a rigid identity to protect, you can flow with life's circumstances rather than constantly resisting them. You can admit when you're wrong without feeling like you're admitting you're fundamentally worthless. You can learn new things without feeling like they threaten who you are at your core. You can change your mind without feeling like you're being inconsistent or weak. Third, you become more authentically yourself than you ever imagined possible. Instead of trying to match some predetermined image of who you should be, you can respond naturally to what each moment requires. You can be sad when sadness is appropriate, joyful when joy arises, angry when boundaries are crossed. You don't have to filter everything through the exhausting question of whether this is what someone like me would do. This doesn't mean you become a shapeless blob with no personality or preferences. You still have tendencies, talents, and inclinations that make you uniquely you, but you hold them lightly, like a jazz musician who knows the scales but improvises freely with the music, like a dancer who has learned the fundamental steps but moves spontaneously with whatever rhythm is playing. Your personality becomes a flexible tool for engaging with life rather than a prison that limits your possibilities. This understanding transforms how you relate to your own thoughts and emotions throughout each day. Instead of saying, "I am angry," you might notice that anger is arising in this moment. Instead of "I am confused," you observe that confusion is present in your experience right now. This subtle shift in language reflects a profound shift in perspective, creating space between awareness and whatever is being experienced. You're no longer trapped inside every state that arises, no longer defined by every passing emotion or thought. You can have anxious thoughts without being an anxious person. You can feel sad without being a sad person. You can experience confusion without being a confused person. The experiences are completely real and valid, but they don't define your essential nature or determine your worth. They're like weather patterns moving through the sky of awareness, temporary and ever-changing. This perspective also transforms how you view your personal history and the mistakes you've made. Those embarrassing moments, those phases you went through, those versions of yourself you'd rather forget. They were just temporary patterns in the flowing stream of experience, no more solid or permanent than last year's weather. They don't define who you are now or predict who you'll become tomorrow. You can honor your history without being imprisoned by it, learning from the past without being condemned to repeat it forever. The flowing self is both completely empty of fixed essence and completely full of infinite possibility. This is the profound freedom that awaits when you stop trying to be someone and simply allow yourself to be. What if everything you've been taught about suffering is backwards? What if the very experiences you've been trying to escape are actually sophisticated messengers carrying the exact information you need for your awakening? The Buddha made a startling discovery about human pain that revolutionizes how we understand our deepest struggles. He found that suffering isn't a cosmic mistake, or evidence of personal failure, but rather an intelligent guidance system pointing us toward what needs attention in our lives. This understanding transforms everything about how you relate to difficulty. When you touch something hot, your nervous system immediately sends pain signals to your brain. This pain isn't trying to punish you for being careless. It's your body's intelligence communicating essential information about danger, urging you to pull your hand away before serious damage occurs. The Buddha discovered that emotional and psychological suffering operates by exactly the same principle. That persistent anxiety you've been trying to eliminate through meditation, therapy, or medication might not be your enemy at all. It might be a messenger carrying crucial information about boundaries you need to set, changes you need to make, or fears you need to face with courage. The restless feeling that something is missing from your life isn't evidence that you're spiritually deficient. It's your consciousness pointing toward what genuinely needs your attention. That sense of emptiness might be calling you toward deeper purpose or more authentic relationships or creative expression that you've been avoiding. The Buddha used the Pali word dukkha to describe this entire spectrum of human dissatisfaction, from mild restlessness to intense anguish. But he didn't approach dukkha as something to be eliminated immediately. He made it the very first of his Four Noble Truths, because he understood that until you recognize suffering clearly and listen to its message, you cannot address it skillfully. You remain trapped in cycles of avoiding the messenger while never receiving the message. Consider the profound difference between pain and suffering that Buddhist psychology reveals. Pain is what happens when life doesn't match your expectations or when you lose something precious to you. This kind of pain is inevitable in human experience and actually contains valuable information about what matters to you. Suffering, however, is what happens when you resist that pain, when you make it mean something about your worth or your future, when you tell yourself you shouldn't feel what you're naturally feeling. The pain carries information. The resistance obscures the message and creates additional layers of difficulty. Think about heartbreak as an example of how suffering can become a teacher. The pain of losing someone you love is natural and even necessary. It's your heart's way of honoring what mattered deeply to you, of acknowledging the preciousness of connection. But when you resist this natural pain, when you tell yourself you shouldn't feel this way, or that the pain means you're unlovable, or that love itself is dangerous, you create additional suffering that obscures the deeper teachings. You miss the profound messages that grief wants to deliver about the preciousness of connection, the importance of appreciating what you have while you have it, or the invitation to open your heart even wider despite the risk of future loss. Grief becomes a wise teacher when you stop fighting its presence and start listening to its guidance. The same principle applies to every form of suffering you encounter. Depression might be your psyche's way of communicating that you need rest, that you've been pushing yourself beyond sustainable limits, or that you're living in ways that don't align with your deepest values. Rather than simply medicating the depression away, what if you first listened to what it might be trying to tell you about necessary changes in your life? Anger might be pointing toward boundaries that have been violated or injustices that need addressing. Instead of suppressing anger or acting it out destructively, you can receive its information about what needs protection or what situations require your courageous response. Loneliness might be highlighting your genuine need for deeper connection or community. Rather than numbing the loneliness with distractions, you might hear its call toward reaching out, being more vulnerable, or creating the relationships your soul is actually seeking. Even anxiety, which feels so uncomfortable, often carries precise information about what deserves your attention. That worry about your health might be encouraging you to take better care of your body. That social anxiety might be pointing towards social skills you want to develop or authentic self-expression that you've been holding back. Learning to receive suffering's teachings requires a fundamental shift in your relationship with discomfort. Instead of immediately trying to fix, eliminate, or escape difficult feelings, you learn to pause and ask what they might be trying to communicate. This doesn't mean wallowing in pain or making suffering into a spiritual practice. It means developing the courage to stay present with discomfort long enough to receive whatever wisdom it carries. When suffering arises, try approaching it with curious openness rather than immediate resistance. You might ask yourself what this feeling is trying to protect, what it's pointing toward, or what it wants you to know about your current situation. Sometimes the answer comes immediately. Sometimes you need to sit with the discomfort longer before its message becomes clear. But when you stop fighting the messenger, you create space for genuine insight to emerge. This approach transforms suffering from something that happens to you into something that serves your awakening. Your difficulties become allies in your spiritual development rather than obstacles to overcome. You begin to trust that even painful experiences carry intelligence, and that your consciousness is sophisticated enough to guide you toward what you need for growth. The Buddha's insight reveals that suffering is not random or meaningless, but part of an intelligent system designed to support your evolution toward greater wisdom and compassion. When you learn to listen to suffering's teachings, you discover that your pain has been trying to serve your awakening all along. In the mountains of Tibet, there's an ancient monastery where monks practice a peculiar form of meditation. They don't sit in perfect silence on cushions in a peaceful hall. Instead, they practice while chopping wood, carrying water, cooking meals, and cleaning floors. Their teacher understood something profound about spiritual development that many miss. The deepest awakening doesn't happen in special moments of transcendence, but in the ordinary activities that fill our days. Your daily life is already a monastery, whether you recognize it or not. Every interaction, every challenge, every mundane task is offering you the same opportunities for awakening that those Tibetan monks find in their mountain retreat. The difference isn't in the circumstances, but in how you meet them. Most people divide their lives into spiritual time and regular time. They meditate for 20 minutes in the morning, then spend the rest of the day unconscious of the sacred dimensions of ordinary experience. They attend a yoga class or read a spiritual book, then return to what they consider the non-spiritual activities of work, relationships, and daily responsibilities. This division creates an artificial separation that actually prevents the very integration that spiritual practice is meant to cultivate. The Buddha taught that every moment contains the same potential for awakening as the moment of his enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. The cashier who tests your patience is offering you the same teaching as the meditation master who challenges your assumptions. The traffic jam that frustrates you is providing the same opportunity to practice equanimity as the silent retreat that costs thousands of dollars. Your difficult coworker is as effective a spiritual teacher as any guru you might seek out in distant lands. When you understand this, your entire life transforms into continuous practice. You no longer need to wait for special conditions or perfect circumstances to engage with the deepest questions of existence. Every phone call becomes an opportunity to practice presence. Every meal becomes a chance to cultivate gratitude. Every disagreement becomes training in compassion. Every moment of boredom becomes an invitation to investigate the nature of mind itself. Consider how you approach cooking a simple meal. Most people treat this as a chore to get through as quickly as possible, their minds already focused on what comes next. But the Zen tradition has elevated cooking to one of the highest forms of spiritual practice. The temple cook, or tenzo, is considered one of the most important positions in the monastery. This role requires someone who understands that preparing food is preparing medicine for both body and spirit. When you cook with full attention, you discover that chopping vegetables becomes a meditation on impermanence. Each cut reveals how form is constantly changing, how what appears solid is actually in continuous flux. The sizzle of onions in the pan teaches you about transformation, how heat and time can completely alter the nature of something while its essential elements remain unchanged. The rhythm of stirring becomes a practice in patience, teaching you that some processes cannot be rushed without destroying their essence. The act of seasoning teaches discernment, the ability to sense what's needed and respond with just the right amount. Too little and the dish lacks flavor. Too much and you overpower the natural tastes. This same sensitivity applies to every area of life. Learning when to speak and when to remain silent, when to act and when to wait, when to hold on and when to let go. The kitchen becomes a laboratory for developing wisdom that extends far beyond cooking. When you eat what you've prepared with this level of attention, the meal becomes communion rather than mere consumption. You taste not just the food, but the care that went into its preparation, the earth that grew the ingredients, the sun and rain that nourished them. You recognize your connection to the vast web of conditions that made this nourishment possible. This recognition naturally cultivates gratitude, not as a mental exercise, but as a direct perception of interdependence. Even the daily commute, often seen as dead time or necessary suffering, can become profound spiritual practice. The Sufi tradition speaks of the journey to the beloved, understanding that every step taken with awareness brings you closer to the divine presence that exists everywhere. Your drive to work can become this kind of sacred journey when you approach it with the right understanding. The red lights that usually frustrate you become opportunities to practice patience and presence. Instead of drumming your fingers and watching the clock, you can use these moments to return to your breath, to notice the quality of light, to observe the stories your mind creates about being delayed. The other drivers who cut you off or drive too slowly become teachers of equanimity. They're offering you the chance to practice responding rather than reacting, to choose peace over righteousness. The construction zones and traffic jams become lessons in acceptance, opportunities to distinguish between what you can control and what you cannot. The radio news that might typically trigger anxiety or anger becomes material for developing compassionate awareness of the world's suffering without being overwhelmed by it. Even the familiar route becomes fresh when you travel it with beginner's mind, noticing details you've overlooked thousands of times before. The changing seasons reflected in the trees you pass, the way morning light hits certain buildings, the rhythm of your own breathing as you navigate familiar turns. This transformation doesn't require changing your route or adding time to your commute. It only requires changing the quality of attention you bring to an activity you're already doing. Perhaps nowhere is the monastery of daily life more challenging or more rewarding than in your workplace. Here you encounter the full range of human personality types, each offering unique opportunities for developing patience, compassion, and wisdom. The colleague who takes credit for your ideas becomes your teacher in non-attachment. They're showing you how to find satisfaction in the work itself rather than in external recognition. The boss who micromanages becomes your instructor in maintaining inner peace despite external pressure. They're providing intensive training in staying centered when others are anxious or controlling. The co-worker who complains constantly becomes your guide in developing skillful speech. They demonstrate the suffering that comes from focusing only on problems while teaching you the power of offering solutions instead of adding to the negativity. Even the work itself, regardless of what you do, becomes spiritual practice when approached with the right attitude. Filing papers becomes a meditation on order and clarity. Answering emails becomes practice in mindful communication. Attending meetings becomes training in deep listening and skillful response. The deadlines and pressures that create stress become opportunities to develop grace under pressure, to maintain your center even when external demands intensify. The Buddha taught that right livelihood is part of the spiritual path, but this doesn't necessarily mean changing your job. It means bringing spiritual principles to whatever work you do. Honesty, compassion, mindfulness, and wisdom can be practiced in any profession. The marketplace becomes as sacred as the meditation hall when you approach it with awareness and integrity. This understanding revolutionizes how you experience the 40 or 50 hours you spend working each week. Instead of enduring this time while waiting for real life to begin, you recognize that this is real life and it's offering you everything you need for spiritual development. The monastery of daily life operates on a simple but profound principle. Every experience, pleasant or unpleasant, contains teachings that can deepen your understanding and expand your capacity for wisdom and compassion. The key is learning to recognize these teachings and receive them with an open heart. This doesn't mean becoming passive or accepting harmful situations without response. It means developing the discernment to see clearly what each situation is offering and responding skillfully rather than reactively. When you live this way, the artificial division between spiritual and ordinary dissolves. You discover that the sacred isn't hidden in special places or reserved for special people. It's woven into the fabric of everyday existence, waiting to be recognized by anyone willing to pay attention. Your life becomes your practice, and your practice becomes your life, creating the integration that all spiritual traditions ultimately point toward. In the dense forest of Thailand, there exists a tradition that challenges everything our modern world believes about security and happiness. These are the Tudong monks, wandering forest dwellers who have discovered something profound about the nature of freedom. They own almost nothing, plan for nothing, and yet they have found what all our accumulating and securing never provides. The word Tudong means purification through wandering. These monks practice what might seem impossible to our security-obsessed minds. They deliberately choose insecurity as a path to the deepest security possible. A Tudong monk owns exactly 13 items, each serving a specific purpose in supporting practice rather than comfort. 3 robes, one for wearing, one for sitting, one for sleeping, a bowl for receiving food offerings, a razor for maintaining the traditional shaved head, a needle and thread for mending robes, a water strainer to avoid harming microscopic life, a few other essential items that fit easily in a small shoulder bag. That's literally everything they possess in the entire world. No bank accounts, no savings, no insurance policies, no backup plans, no permanent address, no storage unit full of just-in-case items. They sleep wherever night finds them, often under trees or in simple forest shelters. They eat only what villagers spontaneously offer, never asking, never storing food for tomorrow. To most people, this sounds like a recipe for anxiety and deprivation. But these monks have discovered something that contradicts our deepest assumptions about what creates peace of mind. The more you have to lose, the more energy you spend protecting what you have. The more you accumulate, the more complex your life becomes, and the more things can go wrong. When you own almost nothing, there's almost nothing to worry about losing. When you have no fixed plans, you can't be disappointed by unexpected changes. This isn't about being irresponsible or careless. It's about discovering what the great Thai forest master Ajahn Chah called the middle way between indulgence and deprivation. These forest monks understand something profound about the relationship between possessions and mental states. Every object you own requires a small portion of your attention. You have to remember where you put it, maintain it, protect it, ensure it, worry about losing it. Multiply this by hundreds or thousands of possessions, and you begin to see how much mental energy gets tied up in simply managing stuff. The forest tradition teaches that external simplicity naturally leads to internal simplicity. When your environment is uncluttered, your mind becomes uncluttered too. When you're not constantly managing possessions, that attention becomes available for awareness itself. One forest monk described it this way: when you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to fear. When you have nothing to fear, you have nothing to defend. When you have nothing to defend, you can love completely. This isn't theoretical philosophy. It's practical psychology based on direct observation of how the mind actually works. Fear at its root is almost always about potential loss. Loss of security, loss of comfort, loss of identity, loss of control. But when you voluntarily release attachment to these things, fear loses its grip. Not because you've become indifferent, but because you've discovered what can't be lost. The forest tradition practices what they call santati, contentment with little. This isn't about forcing yourself to be satisfied with less than you need. It's about discovering how little you actually need to be genuinely content. Most of what we think we need is actually what we've been conditioned to want. The difference between needs and wants becomes crystal clear when you strip away everything non-essential. You need food, but you don't need gourmet meals. You need shelter, but you don't need a mansion. You need clothing, but you don't need a closet full of fashion statements. When you meet your actual needs without trying to satisfy every want, a remarkable thing happens. You discover natural abundance. Not the abundance of having everything you want, but the abundance of wanting nothing more than what's here. This shift in perspective changes everything. Instead of feeling deprived because you can't have what you want, you feel wealthy because you have everything you need. Instead of anxiety about the future, you experience gratitude for the present. Instead of the exhaustion that comes from constantly striving for more, you find the peace that comes from recognizing enough. One forest teacher put it simply: the richest person is not the one who has the most, but the one who needs the least. This isn't about becoming a minimalist as another form of identity or achievement. It's about discovering what remains when you stop using possessions to fill psychological emptiness. What remains is awareness itself, naturally content, naturally peaceful, naturally free. The forest monks have learned to trust this awareness more than they trust their accumulations. They've discovered that consciousness itself is the only security that can't be taken away. Everything else is temporary, changeable, ultimately unreliable. But the awareness that knows all experiences, that witnesses all changes, that remains present through all conditions. This is what the Buddha called the deathless element. This is what the forest tradition points toward through its radical simplicity. Not poverty as deprivation, but poverty as freedom. Not insecurity as danger, but insecurity as openness to life's natural flow. When you stop trying to control and accumulate your way to happiness, you discover the happiness that was always available, always here, always enough. The simplicity of the forest path reveals how complicated most people make awakening. They collect teachings, accumulate experiences, build elaborate spiritual identities. But the forest monks show that enlightenment might be as simple as letting go of everything unnecessary, including the need to be enlightened. Ajahn Chah would often tell students, "You are the Buddha. There is nothing to attain, but you must practice for 20 years to realize this." The practice isn't about gaining something new. It's about removing everything that obscures what's already present. This perspective transforms how you approach spiritual development. Instead of trying to build a better self, you begin to question whether there's a self to improve. Instead of accumulating wisdom, you start subtracting ignorance. Instead of seeking special experiences, you learn to find the extraordinary in the ordinary. The forest tradition also teaches about death as the ultimate teacher. The monks regularly contemplate the decomposition of the body, not to become morbid, but to understand the temporary nature of everything. When you truly understand that you can't take anything with you when you die, you stop clinging so tightly to what you have while you're alive. This contemplation of death paradoxically makes life more vivid. When you know that this moment is unrepeatable and will never come again, you naturally become more present. You stop postponing appreciation until conditions are perfect. You find perfection in imperfect circumstances. The freedom of having nothing to lose extends beyond material possessions. It includes letting go of fixed opinions, rigid plans, and elaborate self-concepts. When you're not invested in being right, you can learn from anyone. When you're not attached to specific outcomes, you can adapt to any situation. When you're not defending a particular identity, you can respond authentically to each moment. This kind of freedom can be cultivated anywhere through a practice that makes such trust possible. A way of sitting that allows clarity to arise naturally, just as the forest monks discovered through hours of daily meditation. Imagine muddy water in a glass. You could stir it forever trying to make it clear, or you could simply stop stirring and watch it settle naturally. Your mind works exactly the same way. Most people approach meditation like they're trying to stir muddy water into clarity. They push against thoughts, force concentration, demand special experiences. But insight meditation vipassana works on a completely different principle. It recognizes that clarity is the mind's natural state. Your job isn't to create peace. Your job is to stop disturbing it. The Buddha discovered this through his own struggle with meditation. For years, he tried to force his mind into stillness, using every technique available, pushing himself to extremes. But breakthrough came only when he stopped trying so hard, when he simply sat and allowed his mind to show its natural state. Think of a pond in the forest. When no wind is blowing, the water naturally becomes mirror, still. You don't have to make it calm. You just have to stop throwing stones into it. Your awareness works the same way. When you stop agitating it with constant mental activity, clarity emerges spontaneously. This is why insight meditation is often called just sitting. Not because you're being lazy or passive, but because you're allowing the mind's natural intelligence to operate without interference. You're creating space for wisdom to arise from within rather than imposing understanding from without. The practice is deceptively simple. You sit comfortably, close your eyes, and pay attention to whatever's happening. Not trying to change anything, not judging what arises, just observing with gentle curiosity. Like a scientist studying the natural behavior of wild animals, you watch without disturbing. At first, your mind might feel chaotic. Thoughts racing, emotions swirling, sensations demanding attention. This isn't a problem. This is simply what was always happening. You're just noticing it for the first time. Like turning on a light in a room and seeing the dust that was always floating in the air. The Buddha said, "The mind is everything. What you think you become." But he also taught that thoughts themselves are like clouds passing through the sky of awareness. When you identify with the clouds, you're tossed around by every mental weather pattern. When you identify with the sky, you remain peaceful regardless of what moves through you. Insight meditation teaches you to be the sky. You don't try to control which thoughts arise. You don't judge them as good or bad. You simply notice them arising, existing for a while, and naturally dissolving, like watching clouds form and disperse. Every time you return to the breath, instead of following the thought, you're allowing something that was always peaceful to show itself. You're not creating peace. You're discovering the peace that was never disturbed. Even in your busiest moments, even in your most confused states, awareness itself remains calm. It's like the depths of the ocean. The surface might be stormy, but far below there's profound stillness. This understanding changes everything about how you approach difficult emotions. Instead of trying to meditate them away, you learn to meditate with them. When anger arises, you don't fight it or feed it. You simply observe its texture, its movement, its natural lifespan. You discover that even the most intense emotions are temporary formations in awareness. They arise, peak, and dissolve on their own when not resisted or clung to. The same is true for thoughts. That worry that feels so solid and important becomes just mental activity when you observe it without getting caught in its content. It has no more substance than a soap bubble. It appears, exists briefly, and pops. The awareness that observes the thought is far more stable than the thought itself. Insight meditation also reveals the gap between thoughts. In ordinary consciousness, thoughts seem to flow continuously. But when you pay careful attention, you notice spaces of silence, moments of pure awareness between mental activities. These gaps are doorways into the peace that was always present. They show you that your essential nature isn't thinking, but the awareness in which thinking appears. This is the great discovery of insight practice. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are not even your experiences. You are the aware space in which all experience unfolds. When this becomes clear, suffering naturally diminishes, because you're no longer taking everything so personally. You realize that all the drama of mental and emotional life is like weather patterns in the sky of your being. Sometimes stormy, sometimes calm, but the sky itself is never damaged by what passes through it. This recognition brings a profound relaxation. You stop fighting with your experience and start resting in the awareness that holds it all. You discover what the forest monks knew all along. The peace you've been seeking was never hidden. It was just covered by the dust of constant mental activity. When you stop stirring the water, clarity reveals itself naturally. When you stop stirring the water, something miraculous happens. The mud that seemed so permanent begins to settle on its own. This isn't something you do, it's something you allow. Like a snow globe that gradually becomes clear when you stop shaking it, your mind reveals its natural clarity when you stop agitating it with constant mental activity. This is the essence of insight meditation, the practice that brings together everything we've explored in these ancient teachings. When you pay close attention during meditation, you begin to notice something remarkable. Between thoughts, there are tiny spaces of silence. These gaps are like doorways into the peace you've been seeking. They show you what's always present beneath the constant stream of mental activity. At first, these spaces might seem insignificant, lasting only a split second. But they're profoundly important because they reveal your natural state. In these moments, you're not thinking about peace. You're actually experiencing it. You're not trying to be present, you simply are present. You're not seeking awareness, you're resting in awareness itself. As your practice deepens, something beautiful happens. These gaps naturally expand, not because you're forcing them to grow, but because you're no longer immediately filling them with new thoughts. You become comfortable with mental silence. You stop being afraid of empty space in consciousness. You discover that this emptiness isn't vacant or boring. It's vibrantly alive, full of potential, rich with presence. This is what the Buddha meant when he taught about the natural settling process of mind. The Buddha observed that this settling happens in predictable stages, like a river naturally flowing toward the sea. First, you notice that you're lost in thought. This simple noticing is already awakening. Most people go through entire days without realizing they're thinking. They completely identified with the stream of mental activity, believing they are their thoughts rather than the awareness that witnesses them. Then you begin to catch yourself earlier in the process. Instead of being lost in thought for minutes, you notice after seconds. You develop what Buddhists call mindfulness of mind, the ability to observe your own mental processes. You become aware of awareness itself. You recognize the profound difference between being consciousness and simply having consciousness. This recognition changes everything. Eventually, you begin to rest in awareness itself. Thoughts still arise, emotions still move through you, but they don't pull you away from your center. You remain established in the witnessing presence. It's like sitting by a river watching it flow. You're not in the river being carried along by the current. You're on the bank, peacefully observing the movement. This shift doesn't require years of intensive practice. You can taste this freedom right now, in this very moment. Simply notice that you're aware. Notice the awareness that's aware of these words. This awareness isn't thinking about the words or analyzing them. It's simply receiving them, like space receiving clouds. It's effortlessly present, requiring no energy to maintain. This is your natural state, what you've always been beneath all the mental activity. Insight meditation reveals something profound about the nature of peace. Seeking peace in particular experiences is like looking for silence in sounds. Silence isn't a special sound that you need to create or find. It's the space in which all sounds appear and disappear. Similarly, peace isn't a special experience you need to achieve. It's the awareness in which all experiences arise and pass away. This understanding liberates you from the endless search for the perfect meditation. You stop trying to achieve particular states of bliss or concentration. You stop measuring your practice by how good you feel or how quiet your mind becomes. You recognize that awareness itself is both the path and the destination, and awareness is always already here. The practice also reveals why resistance creates turbulence. When you fight against what's arising in meditation, whether it's boredom, restlessness, sadness, or even joy, you stir up the very mud you're trying to settle. But when you welcome whatever appears with gentle curiosity, the mind naturally moves toward balance. Acceptance doesn't mean liking everything that arises. It means allowing everything, creating space for natural resolution. This allowing extends far beyond formal meditation sessions. As you learn to let your mind settle naturally on the cushion, you begin to approach all of life with the same principle. Instead of constantly trying to fix or improve your experience, you start creating space for natural healing and wisdom to emerge. You trust the intelligence that's always operating beneath the surface of consciousness. Advanced practitioners often describe a profound shift that occurs naturally through this practice. They stop being someone who meditates and become meditation itself. There's no sense of a separate self doing something to consciousness. There's just aware presence spontaneously knowing whatever arises. This isn't a special achievement reserved for monks or long-time practitioners. It's the natural result of consistently not interfering with awareness. The Buddha called this effortless mindfulness, attention that flows naturally toward whatever needs to be seen. Like water flowing downhill, it requires no force or strain. You're not concentrating on breathing with effort. You're simply available to whatever breathing is happening. You're not watching thoughts like a security guard. You're the open space in which thinking naturally occurs. This practice reveals something profound about the nature of peace. It's not something you create through technique or effort. It's something you stop disturbing through constant mental interference. Every time you choose awareness over automatic reactivity, you're removing an obstacle to natural tranquility. Every moment of acceptance dissolves another layer of resistance. Every gentle return to presence clears another portion of mental mud. The settling happens by itself when you provide the right conditions. Your job is simply to sit still and let it happen, like allowing muddy water to become clear. The clarity was always there, waiting beneath the turbulence. It just needed space and stillness to reveal itself. This is why insight meditation is ultimately about trust rather than technique. Trust in your own basic nature, which is already whole and peaceful. Trust that beneath all the mental activity, something wise and tranquil is always present. Trust that you don't need to manufacture awakening through special methods. You only need to stop preventing the natural clarity that wants to emerge. As this trust deepens, meditation becomes less like a practice you do and more like coming home to yourself. You're not trying to get somewhere else or become someone different. You're simply returning to what you've never actually left. The peace you've been seeking was never absent. It was just covered by the belief that you needed to seek it. When the water settles, you see that the bottom was always clear.